Evan, you can never look pale.
Oh, there we go. Welcome, everybody, to maybe my favorite episode of D&Dorks that we've ever done. I know I'm saying that a little prematurely, but I have been so excited about doing this for like a month now, over a month, and it's finally time, and it has been... What a ride to get to this point. We'll talk about why in a minute, but thank you all so much for being here. There's so many people in the chat already. This is going to be an incredibly fun episode. Now, you might notice immediately Panda Red is not present. He's recording a video about this, and we'll be back in just a second once that posts. But we have a few announcements and things to get to before we actually start the stuff. I promise I will keep all these quick, and we will get into the game very fast, because there's, of course, a lot of things to do. Let's see. Let me go to my little page here. All right, perfect. So, first off, let's talk really quick about how this show works, because there's a lot of new people here. The video that I posted earlier today was very, very popular. Thank you again for that. There's like 300 people here. So, I want to go ahead and let everybody know, if this is your first time, first off, thank you. Secondly, we do other things here. This is not nearly the first episode of a tabletop RPG that we have done here at D&Dorks on this Twitch channel. We actually just last week wrapped up a campaign that was over a year long. It was 3 seasons, DM'd by me. That whole thing is now available on our YouTube and podcasting platforms. Links for those will be going through the chat. And if you want to jump in on something new and not, go back and watch the year-long campaign, I do recommend it, but if you want to try something new, next week we are taking off because we're in mid-season, but on August 11th, we are starting an entirely new campaign. It will be Fridays at 6 p.m. just like this, starting August 11th, a weekly from there. It is going to be DM'd by Panda. It's called Outlaws of the Seven. Panda obviously is not here to talk about it, but you'll hear stuff about it later. All right, let me adjust our cameras here, get everything set up. There we go. Perfect. All right. Second note. This is not a really fun one, but it's one I want to do just in case. This is obviously the preview of the Marvel Multiverse RPG. This thing is coming out in about a week. I believe it releases on August 2nd, but we got early access, so that is what we're going to be playing through today. All characters, locations, items, etc. that were not explicitly made for this one-shot are property of Marvel Entertainment. This logo above me, also property of Marvel Entertainment. I have been given legal clearance to do this episode, but I did not get specific guidelines as to how. So I just want to make it super clear, cover my bases. We are using Marvel properties that I have been cleared to use, but, legally, just to be sure, these are Marvel things that we do not have the rights to. Also, we're noting, on a similar vein, this is not a sponsored episode. I know it might seem like one, but this is not a sponsored episode. We have been given early access to this RPG, but we are not being paid for it. We did not sign a contract or anything like that, so all of our thoughts are going to be authentic. You don't have to worry about anything of that nature or any bias. On a similar note, talking about early access, and I promise we're almost done with announcements and things. This is a new system. This system has not even released yet. We got access to this system and learned it yesterday. It is all of our first times playing. It is my first time DMing specifically. So
learned it is generous.
We are going to be learning this. Yeah, that's also true. Like I said, we had about 24 hours to set this whole thing up, thanks to Marvel getting us a PDF. But yes, we are learning this as we go. Obviously, I've looked through the rules, tried my best to understand it, but as we are going through the system, if it takes us a little bit of time to learn the mechanics, just please bear with us, have patience. It's a new system. We're all going to be learning it together. On that note as well, this is a game that had a playtest book about a year ago. A lot of people have been asking me how this version of the game compares to the playtest. I don't know yet. I haven't touched the playtest in a while, and we have not played this yet, so I'll be sure to give my thoughts on that later. But as for now, I have no idea how it compares. I have just skimmed the book and not done like a page-by-page play. So, on that note, last bit of upkeep things before we can actually get into the very fun stuff. I want to really quick, well, this is actually kind of fun stuff because it's about the system itself. I want to explain before we start anything else how the dice work for this system, because this uses a new thing Marvel developed called a D616 system. Every dice roll in this game is made with 3d6. You're going to roll 3d6, total them up. But This is where the terminology is going to be a little confusing because, again, I am new to this. I have not figured out in my brain the best way to explain it, so other cast members, feel free to jump in if you have a better way of talking about this. The middle die of the three, they call it a middle because it's a 616 joke, which we'll get to. But really just one of the dice is different. Now, obviously, I don't have special dice for this. The full game's not out yet. My special die is going to be this little rainbow one, but for the other players, just mark for yourself somehow which one is going to be different. This middle die is going to determine crits. So the way that it works is for every roll, you're going to roll your 3 dice. You're going to add up the total of those numbers. If you get a 1 on that middle die, that is a crit. That is how critting works. It is not rolling a 20 on a d20. If you roll a 1 on the middle die, it's a crit. If you roll a 6, a 1, and a 6 in that order, it's like a super crit. Now, that's an oversimplification. We're going to talk about the rules as we get to them in the episode so that we're not just info dumping on you. But does everyone understand roughly the 616 critting system? I know we all talked about this, of course, yesterday, but did I explain that well enough for chat? Do you guys think?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
right,
2.
cool.
There's 3 dice. 2 of them are just for numbers. One of them is your special crit dice.
Yeah, that's basically it. Like I said, we'll go over the nuances as we go. Nikhil, also, your camera is not working at the moment. I don't know if you noticed that, but just a heads up in case you did not see, or if it's Skype being weird or something like that. Are you still here? Are you still?
He's muted, so
He's muted, so.
I don't even think he's here yet.
Oh no, he was here earlier. Well, you know
That's
what?
the dedication to storytelling at D&Dorks. We are opening up with a meta-textual mystery. Where the fuck is Nikhil?
Where did Nikhil go?
Not only
None of
where
us
is
know.
Nikhil, we just lied that he was coming back this week. Actually, he's not here. We just
I
said
put his
he's
name
gonna
on the
be
thing.
here and put someone there. That's all it is.
Nikhil is
Hey, he's back!
handsome.
He's back.
This is a very complicated AI that we
Yes.
put into the game.
This is an AI live Twitch edition. Please spam
God.
emojis.
We need to start the episode. If we just keep riffing for this long, it's not going to work.
You have
First
no
off, though, I
idea
do wanna
how
shout
fucking
out-
long the prompt was for this to keep working.
Real quick though, before we do actually get into to fun stuff, there are over 400 people in this live right now,
Fuck
guys.
yeah. Welcome.
400
Fuck.
people. That is wild. Like, thank you so much for being here, especially since because of the delays in shipping, we didn't get to promo this until today. So that is crazy. Thank you
Guys,
again
we did
for
a
all being here.
3-season-long D&D show. Where the fuck
I
were
was
y'all?
gonna say, for those who are just joining, we did the series finale of that 3-season campaign last week, and this has doubled the viewership we got for that. So thank you, but also
What the shit?
please do check out the other stuff. We're all really proud of it, and we're super duper excited for Panda's campaign, which is starting in about
Yes.
2 weeks. Ugh.
Yes,
Thank
but
you.
not exactly 2 weeks. 2 weeks minus 13 minutes is when Outlaws of the Seven
It's
starts.
practically here already.
It's practically here already.
Don't remind me.
But on that note, just sort of upkeep question for all you guys. Are we ready to go ahead and get into things? Is there anything else we want to cover? Do you guys want to introduce yourselves beforehand? I mean, I think most people are, but there's a lot of new people. So, I'm ready to start. Is there anything else you guys want to cover in upkeep before we get into the fun of this?
Nope.
Let's jump
No.
in.
Let's do it.
All right, fantastic. As for promo, I have everyone's TikTok hats on the screen. Go follow everyone. They're cool. Also, you can see character names. You'll note I am called the narrator. That is what they call DMs in this. That's actually one quick disclaimer I want to make. This game does have its own terminology for most things. I am going to do my best to use the Marvel Multiverse RPG terminology. I am going to use 5e terms for some stuff because I've been playing 5e every week, DMing it on this channel for over a year. And I got this book yesterday, so 5e is ingrained in my brain, but I'm going to do my best to use this book's official terms. So, on that note, are we ready to start?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
As most,
Heck
as
yeah.
most we will be.
So, we are going to begin with 3 of you... Oh, actually, hold on. There is one more thing that I gotta say. One more little twist. Not for you guys. You guys already know this. But for the chat. So, the point of the Marvel Multiverse RPG is, you can play as your favorite heroes throughout the Marvel Universe. You can also make your own characters, which everyone here has done. We are all playing various original characters. They're playing bad guys. We didn't go the hero route. Not sure if that's going to be a surprise to anyone or not. Yeah, they are playing villains today as a little. Well, if you've seen our show before, maybe it's not much of a surprise. But yeah, they're not playing the good guys. We're going for like Spider-Man villain tier stuff here. It's going to be a time. And on that note of playing villains, we are going to start with 3 out of 4 of you, not Evan's character. Evan's character is the exception here. 3 out of 4 of you waking up in a room. The room that you are in is a fairly small one. It's a narrow, long room with glass walls. Now, these glass walls, outside of this, you can see people in suits, a couple people in lab coats rushing around. You seem to be in the middle of some sort of possibly research facility, government facility. You can't tell exactly what yet. Now, as to how exactly you got here, it is a little bit of a mystery. The last thing that all of you individually remember is you were going about your business. As to what exactly your business was, I will leave that to you to describe in a moment, before a couple guys in masks and some sort of SWAT suits jumped you, knocked you out, and then you all woke up here. Okay. We are going to start right there. So, on that note, Evan, like I said, you are not here yet, but all 3 of you, powerful villains that you are, wake up in this room in the middle of some sort of lab, begin the game, and introduce your characters. Whoever wants to go first, go for it. If not, I'll call on someone and make them go first.
Where the hell is this venue? I don't recall being booked for this show, and I don't do private viewings.
Listen, guys, I know that I had a lot of stuff, but I promise I got it all legally. This is just one big misunderstanding, I promise you.
Are you
Hello, friends.
Hi. I promise.
The surface world is really strange. There's a lot more glass here than I expected.
Circus? Oh, this is gonna be working old school style then.
Okay. What do you guys have?
I want to point out. They don't know what I am.
No, I don't know what you are.
I was about to say, I think at this point, I was expecting you guys to give descriptions of your characters, and we jumped in a very funny way. So I'm going to say, Nikhil, describe what your guy looks like, and then we'll rotate around.
Hold on. Are you a fucking moloid, Nikhil?
It's interesting you said that. That was one of the first things I pitched to Matt, but I'm not.
I said you could, for the record. I did not shut that down.
But I went with my first choice. That was my second choice. I went with my first choice. Anyway, it's important to know. I was not in the creating thing, so I didn't even know they were doing villains. Like, I knew that Panda was, and I was like, all right. So my guy's going to be a real wild card in this little group. But,
yep.
Essentially, just for you guys to know what you're looking at here, both of you guys look down, and there's a 4-foot-tall little creature in comic like usual cover-up, wearing a trench coat and a fedora, and you notice that he's got bright yellow skin, like the worst of jaundice skin, and big blue mosquito eyes, and he's just waving to all of you, and on his palms are deep black spots with like flickering lights inside of them and the briefest sound of screams. And this is my character, Liability. He's a Morlock, and he has just left the sewers for the first time in his life before getting kidnapped and placed here.
Oh, wow. I got nothing for that. Oh, my God. Okay.
This is what happens when you bring a bunch of idiot nerds together to do this. And this is the world's first exposure. Nikhil,
first character.
Congratulations. You are the first character in a live campaign that this game has ever had.
This is great. How stupid do I want Forgotten to be? How do I want him to be convinced this is a guy?
Hey, if you want to go... I know the character concept. Go as stupid as you want. And on that note, Panda, go ahead. Describe your... I was going to say hero. That's not what this is. Describe your villain.
Okay. My character is the Forgotten. He promises that people call him that. People do call him that. Don't ask. That is actually his name. Don't don't assume otherwise. His real name is Liam Langley. He is a Daily Bugle truther, and 100% believes that Spider-Man is a menace. He moved from Ohio to capture Spider-Man, joined the police, but unfortunately was not able to become an actual officer because he's terrible with weaponry. Instead, he became a kleptomaniac and steals gear from the evidence room because that's his actual job, as well as active crime scenes. So he has just a whole bunch of mismatched single parts of superheroes and villains in his arsenal. That is basically all he has. So he's got like 2 mismatched Iron Man boots. He's got half a Green Goblin mask. He's wearing a Doctor Doom cloak that he bought on eBay. He is a dude who is 100% convinced that he's a superhero because he's trying to take down Spider-Man, who is an active menace to the community. Also, all of his thievery is absolutely legal. He works with the police. This is all just repurposed evidence. Repurposed evidence, but don't tell his superiors. They won't understand. It'll work out later. He's also kind of stupid, so I'm trying to figure out if Nikhil's Ninja Turtle defense is gonna work here.
Okay. You know what? We can do our first check, our first dice roll of the night then. This game has 6 base stats. They are functionally the D&D 5e stats, renamed so that the acronym is Marvel. They are Melee, Agility, Resilience, Vigilance, Ego, and Logic. It's Marvel acronym. So,
Marvel!
Panda, make me a Vigilance check, which is the equivalent of Wisdom.
How do I determine what my modifier is for Vigilance?
Is that not on your character sheet?
Well,
that we made
my
yesterday?
ability score is a number. Is that just what I add to?
You have a row of
unless you have any powers.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a non-combat section on. Oh, by the way, actually, I'm going to ask Amy. Amy, if you can do me a favor, character sheets for this are publicly available. Those are like fully available, not just for press. If you could grab the link and post that in chat for anyone in chat who wants to see how the character sheets work. If you Google Marvel RPG character sheets, you should be able to find it. If you can't, I'll send it to you on Discord. Thank you, Amy. Continue, Panda.
Okay.
It should be on the non-combat checks thing.
Okay, so that's a 7.
A 7 is not good.
No.
From my understanding, since this is a different dice system, I'm going to have to educate myself on how the averages go. But off 3d6, one of which
3
has 2 sixes on it effectively.
I'm sorry.
How did you get a 7?
I rolled a 1d6 and then added my modifier. I did not know all of them.
Panda, this whole system has one roll, and it is 3d6.
We had
I
one
thought
thing to learn. It was that these are the most important.
On that note,
Okay.
I want to point out I was gone at the beginning because I forgot to find dice, and I grabbed them from different places.
Okay, valid enough.
I got a 14.
Better.
A 14 is much better. In that case, I'm going to say you can definitely tell something is up with this guy, but as for what, that's
Something is up
mystery.
with probably the giant mosquito-eyed yellow creature.
Yeah.
Something's weird.
Hey, buddy, you doing okay?
Yeah, man.
You seem a little.
Well, it's my first time out of the sewer, so kind of out of my element, but I'm looking forward to it. You want my new friend?
Man, New York is weird. Did y'all take anything to show up here? I was under the impression that I got kidnapped for completely legal activities. So I just want to make sure that we're all here for that, and this isn't like a supervillain thing.
On that note, let's go to the third character, Mike, who I think is probably the most supervillain of the group so far.
The only thing I've stolen recently is attention. Because as you can probably gather, I'm playing a professional wrestler named the Masked Mass. He is massive. I'm pretty sure, in the game system, he is by default a size above, average size. So probably,
I do believe so, yes.
well over 6 feet, maybe even 7 foot. Buff as hell, elbow pads, long tights, knee pads, boots, the works. And his gear is black with purple and white accents, and he has a very distinctive mask. So distinct that I'm not even going to give any specific details because I haven't thought about it that much yet. But
Fair.
uh,
We had less than a day.
It works.
my mask, the guise of gluttony, gives me the power to consume any material, any matter, and convert it to muscle mass. Yeah. My gimmick is trapped in a state of duality. My mind is one whole, but my presentation varies wildly by mood. More specifically, my security, my masculinity. Yeah, when I'm up high, when I got high self-esteem, I am the Adonis you see before you. But at times the mask will slip, and so I become the rat. Similar in many ways, but a little more flabby. At least half a foot shorter due to slouching posture. Suddenly I have a white button-up shirt covering my body. I don't know how it gets there. And so I am trapped between this duality of mankind. Kind to yourself is what you gotta be if you wanna keep your best self on the surface. 'Cause I am too hot to handle, too cold to hold, and too broken to ever truly be loved. I am the masked mask, suffering with the duality of mankind. Yeah.
Liability just starts clapping.
And on that note, let's go ahead and introduce our fourth character and the first non-player character at the same time here. Suddenly, very quickly, on the side of this room, a door opens and two figures walk through so quickly that you can't even really see what's behind. They just enter, slam the door behind them. One of them is a man in a suit, looks very much your stereotypical government agent type, like kind of older white guy, buffed in like a has not been out in the field type of way, but was in the field at one point for a while, very grim expression, the whole works, right? And he is guiding a different figure. That is, of course, Evans. Now, one thing, Evan, you at the moment are wearing a blindfold and headphones because, as I told you earlier, you know a little bit more about the situation that's going on, but to protect the security of the location that you are all in, you have been blindfolded to, not give away the location of the headquarters. But you are escorted in by this guy. Go ahead and describe your character, and then we'll get into the story proper.
So my character's name is Rob Portman, who looks a little too similar to Ron Perlman, but no correlation whatsoever. And he is a defense attorney by day and wannabe daredevil by night. His rival in the field of defense attorneying is Matt Murdock, because for some reason Matt can always get on his limits. And I don't want to spoil that much yet, but I kind of just
hey, say what you want to for the purposes of review.
And
if you want to keep secrets,
he's a really good defense attorney with just a very jello-ish, almost non-realistic look. Like something's off about him.
All right, cool. A jello-ish man, which is a description that has now been said in the world. Now, like I said, you are now free to take off your blindfold. I will assume you do so. And shortly after entering the room, this governmental-looking figure that escorts him in turns to all of you. You have never seen him before in your life, notably. And he begins to speak. He says, "Gentlemen, my name is Agent Rex Kane. Thank you for your cooperation in this matter. Cooperation, of course, being what I'm sure you're going to provide going forward. I know we extracted you from your current positions a bit abruptly, but your assistance is needed on a little operation here. As I said, my name is Agent Rex Kane. I am a representative for the Department of Artifact Requisition and Extraction. As for you all, I am aware of your records. You are all villains of some caliber." And then his eyes kind of drift over. First seeing the masked mass, who is a villain in some caliber. He looks over to the Forgotten and, like, squints a little bit, a little confused as to what your whole deal is, and then drifts over to Liability, and you see just, like, total confusion in his eyes. He's like, okay. And, of course, Evan, he is not talking to you. And as he says, this is my colleague, Rob Portman?
It's Rob Portman with a
Rob Portman. He is going to be your counsel for this matter. First off, I trust that you're all in decent enough condition. None of you are feeling any sort of side effects from the knockout gas or the tranquilizers that we used.
We were not. I'm sorry. Before we continue, are we under arrest? Is this jail? Is this what jail looks like? I was under the impression that we were under arrest.
It's not really jail. You haven't talked to your lawyer yet. So for now, this is just an equitable space.
Mr. Portman.
Yeah.
Kindly shut your
Got
mouth.
it.
Let me handle this. This is above your pay grade. To your point, Mr. Langley, is that it?
It's the Forgotten. Call me the Forgotten. People call me the Forgotten.
Okay, Mr. Langley. This is not jail
Still
exactly. Okay, you know what? This is not jail exactly, but let's call this where you go before you go to jail. We're all aware of your various infractions in some sense. Again, he kind of drifts over to Liability, a little bit confused, but decides that he's going to trust the process from what you can see in his eyes. At the department, we are in a little bit of trouble, and we have decided to recruit a few of you for a mission. I know this might seem a little bit unorthodox, but we're in a bit of a bind here.
This like a super team situation?
Yeah, we're superhero because I'm a superhero. Because if this is a superhero team, I'm glad to be recruited. But like this is,
I am not a superhero, but these are my two best friends, so I'm gonna go with.
I would like to know that the small man with jaundice is not. I don't know him.
I was wondering where we got the little thing with jaundice.
Hey, that little thing with jaundice is my friend as of 2 seconds ago. I don't much appreciate your comment, Mr.
I'm just wondering if the little guy's having some liver failure. We all get a little oozy on the boozy every once in a while, you know?
Oh, I could give you a liver.
As this conversation is going on, Agent Kane just has, like, the most deadpan expression on his face. He looks like he is heavily reconsidering some choices that have been made. Okay, let me explain the situation in a little bit more detail. I'm sorry that this is so abrupt. As I said, I'm from the Department of Artifact Requisition and Extraction. There has been reports of a magical artifact cropping up in New York City that we need to investigate. It is in a location right now called the Shrouded Bazaar. I doubt any of you have heard of it. The Shrouded Bazaar is a hotbed of various magical activity in the city, and this artifact has popped up on the black market. It is highly dangerous, and we would like it. Unfortunately, due to a terrorist attack by the group known as the Blasphemy Cartel a few months back, security in the Shrouded Bazaar has been amplified as of late, and their detection, especially of various illusions, has been incredibly difficult to get to. That is where you three come in. I said this was a mission that might have been a little bit generous. You three are going to enter the Shrouded Bazaar. You are going to go to this auction. You are going to purchase the item we need, and you are going to leave. Mr. Portman, I don't actually care. Mr. Portman here is your legal counsel. He points to a briefcase that you are holding, Evan.
It's like handcuffs.
This is the funding that you are going to use to purchase this item. It's a very simple in and out mission. You go, you purchase the item, you come back to us. Simple. Any questions?
The mask doesn't work for a hot dog and a handshake. What the hell is in it for us?
He points at you and then kind of drifts over to Liability and goes, "Are you raising your hand?"
You asked about questions.
Yes.
What part of the sewer is the bazaar in?
I suppose part of it could be in the sewer. However, the Shrouded Bazaar is in an alleyway a few blocks down. That is going to be your access point. He taps the side of this long, narrow room, like one of the glass walls, and pulls up a screen showing an alleyway, just a picture of a very dark alleyway. It looks like a mugging waiting to happen, basically. and just kind of points at it with no further information given. Again, he's being very vague.
I'm not very comfortable going to that, if that's okay.
This
with
sounds incredibly illegal. I'm with the tiny one. I don't want to get wrapped up in any illegal activities here. This seems incredibly below
Agent
board.
Kane pulls out his wallet and shows you a badge from the department of the Dare department, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Flashes it to you.
you. I don't know what that is.
That's great and all, but that doesn't see. I've never heard of you. If that was a shield badge, we might be talking. But like, I'm a superhero and I don't want to be wrapped up in any organization. This seems like AIM are bad guys. I'm not a bad guy. This is bad guy stuff.
Let me settle the worries here for a second. All right, we just got a band here, don't we? We've just got a band of guys here. So, what I'm gonna permit
Not a band.
for the moment.
Not a band. We're not friends.
No, we are gonna become a band.
We are friends.
Listen, we're gonna become a band of brothers. So, what we're going to be able to do in this situation is here. Mr. Kane has delightfully allowed us to be chosen for these positions to enforce this. Now, you may choose to leave or you may choose not to leave, but at the moment, we currently have no situation where it seems we can leave alive.
Mr. Portman, I don't believe that I threatened anyone's livelihood during this little
but we're
speech.
in a basement.
Mr. Portman, your counsel on this operation is greatly appreciated. Wait till you're on the damn mission.
I just want to confirm. Did he just say I can leave? Can I leave? I don't. This seems.
He said yes, you can go, but you'll die.
Yes. Do not listen to Mr. Portman's counsel. I wish.
But I thought you said he was our
anyone
lawyer.
else was available. No offense, Mr. Portman.
I am a lawyer.
Is this
Mr. Portman has been brought onto this mission as a carrier for the funding you will use in the
I
office.
got two hands that
His
are
legal
broken.
counsel
I'll
is
carry
valuable.
The briefcase.
Everyone, shut up.
Okay, sorry.
All right.
Let me explain the
You didn't
incentive
say the right lawyer words.
that you'll be going on this mission for. Mr.
You
Portman.
didn't say the right lawyer words.
Mr. Portman, excuse me. So, let me explain the incentive for you. All three of you, as I understand it, have some level of criminal record. Mass. That's pretty well established at this point. I'm sorry, I forgot your other name. Langley, whatever it was.
The Forgotten. People call me the Forgotten. It's really well known. I'm a superhero.
Never heard of you.
Superhero, and the things that you stole from the evidence locker at the
I did not
NYPD?
steal anything from the evidence locker at the NYPD. I am merely repurposing unused evidence that can be helpful in the detaining of very illegal vigilantes.
Yes, excellent. And you, tiny man, you are from the sewers, correct? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah. I'm a Morlock.
A what?
You ever heard of sewer mutants? It's me.
Okay, well, I'm sure there's something illegal in that whole mess. So,
Wait, we're
if
just
you
gonna move
assist
past
us
the
on
not
this
human?
mission,
What
if you assist, no,
What's wrong with the not
Mr.
human?
Langley,
It's the Marvel Universe, Panda.
I'm a Daily Bugle truther, Nikhil. What do you think?
You know?
At that, Agent Kane looks over at you when you say "not human." He shoots you, or what's wrong with not human? He shoots Mr. Portman a glare, but then he continues. Regardless of this, if you take on this operation for Dare, you will be going undercover into an illegal black market area. That means you will be agents, and therefore you will certainly be in some level of continued danger as agents of Dare. That means if we need to clear things from your record for your safety as possible people of interest, well, that just has to be something that is done for the mission so that your identities cannot be found out. Understood? Mass. We can remove parts of your criminal record. Forgotten, I think, was what it was.
That is very
Perhaps
true.
some of the items on your person can be removed from the evidence locker records. Sewer man.
Right
You seem happy to be here, so I guess I don't really need anything for you, and as for Mr. Portman, you are of course being compensated for your time. So, on that note, is everybody open to taking this mission?
Can I change?
Is there?
Can you change?
Can I change? Are we good? Are we good to do this?
Good to do... Yes, you can take whatever form you prefer in this secure facility, Mr. Portman.
Awesome. You can see his jello skin start to like bubble and squirm and move around, and like tentacles start to pop out, and he just turns into a whole ass symbiote that is this muddy water jello color and is absolutely menacing. He's starting to have this like body armor start to like shear out of him that he's made by himself. It's colored. It's got DK on it, like the Daredevil logo, by the way. His superhero name is Duskin, and he's a big Daredevil fanboy, if I haven't mentioned this. In every rule that he follows, from just being a superhero, he does it the Daredevil way, except he kills people. Every move that he has learned is hand to cuffs, but he eats people and kills people regularly.
Love it.
Okay. Forgotten starts screaming and pulls a sai out and is just pointing it straight forward like it's a magic wand. Like,
here we are.
what the hell is that?
Are we good? Are we good?
Please
Evan,
put
do you
your
have
weapon
tentacles
down.
right now?
Huh?
Do you have tentacles right now?
Oh, yes.
It's okay,
I am
people.
one.
He's a mutant
I
like
am
me.
one.
I'm not fighting with no fucking spider person. What the fuck
I'm
is
not a
this?
spider. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a highly different misconception of what we are. See, just because two of us have a big, bad, retardant and venom, maybe sometimes siren.
You
We are
saying you're
toast,
fucking
man.
Venom? What the fuck is this, man?
My name is Duskin. Duskin.
Dusk.
You see the little chameleon in his chest just swirling around, having a good time in the jello-ous tube. That's his host.
No one's gonna eat
Did he fucking eat a lizard? What is this?
No. This is my host. This is my little buddy.
Does it hurt?
No, he just swims. All of my nutrients go to him.
I figured I'd be the most impressive transformation in this group. God, my naivete!
What the fuck?
Agent Kane has just been standing there this whole time, arms crossed, very clearly frustrated at this whole process, as he looks over you and just sort of waits for the anger and not anger, but freak out, mostly from the Forgotten, to subside. At which point he addresses the Forgotten again. He says, Mr. Langley,
Forgot.
I understand that your MO for doing whatever you do is stopping villainous activity.
Yes, I'm trying to take in Spider-Man, the known masked menace.
Right, excellent. Taking in Spider-Man, that's fine. Let me remind you that the goal of this mission today, while not related to Spider-Man specifically, does involve essentially magical salvage being taken off the black market. You were chosen because that does seem to fit your MO of, how do I put this nicely? Superhero garbage collector?
You're a thief.
I am not a thief. I am a repurposed. I'm not taking lip from the fucking giant spider. I'm gonna.
I'm not a spider. That is a very bad misconception.
It would
You
seem
look.
He's a mutant.
I look what? I look the same.
we all have some clear misconceptions. He is a symbiote, and clearly you are a very skilled tinkerer. To have made all those...
Where the hell did you get the white shirt? What is going on? This is an entire room full of mutants? What is this shit?
My mask is from hell. I'm not a mutant. I'm still a freak, though.
Oh, I have a portal to hell in my hand.
What?
I adore that.
He just lifts his hand again and shows the black spot.
At that, actually, at you holding your hand up, Agent Kane snaps his fingers and goes, "Oh, you're that one. That we did pick you up for that. I didn't expect you to be. We picked you up for the hell portals because of magical connections.
Yep. You gotta
We
do more
figured that-
research. Just mutant power for some reason. Straight line to hell. You wanna put your mask back, buddy?
I don't know what I am without it, but I could answer so many questions. The choice is paralyzing, but also empowering. The rocket ship blasting off the mask. Macho is back, yeah.
Where the fuck did his shirt go?
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
I will.
I love this. This is great bonding.
Alright, fuck. Kane? Is it Kane, was it, right?
Rex Kane.
Okay,
You can
so
call
if
me
I...
Mr. Kane, Agent Kane, I don't care.
Okay, if I work with Dare and fraternize with the muties over there, you telling me that I'm gonna get the criminal part of my record expunged?
In your case, we can get any criminal parts of your record expunged, and as I said, we might be able to influence the NYPD to remove some of your stolen items from
Didn't
the
steal anything.
evidence locker
Still a
register.
superhero. That's not... I did not steal... Enough out of you! I did not steal anything.
It's not called borrowing if you do give it
Fine.
back.
Whatever you would like to
I
call it,
intend to
Mr.
once
Langley.
Spider-Man is gone, and apparently once all the fucking ones of you were also gone. I
I will
want...
need your
Oh, no. People try to get rid of the Morlocks all the time. You're really late to the party.
It's a
I'm not trying to get... I don't care about you! I'm talking about the spider! Fuck it!
He's
You're
one of
telling me as soon
me!
as I quit my...
He keeps calling me a spider person, and I'm taking really deep emotional offense to that.
Mr. Portman, I'm
And I start to-
extremely
I start
sorry
to
for their
blue.
general... Oh, yes, I forgot to
I
change
start
colors.
turning blue.
As that happens, Agent Kane turns to go, Mr. Portman, I am terribly sorry for the conduct. And then he leans into you and he goes, this team was chosen because they are an excellent mix of just the right amount of non-threatening, available, and expendable.
Oh, that's. Am I a part of the expendability?
No, you, Mr. Portman, were brought on professionally. I wouldn't worry about you.
Okay, if shit goes sideways, can I eat the Langley?
You can make a vigilance check if you want to see if you can hear that.
Sick.
Actually, you guys can all not you, Evan. You're in the conversation. Everyone else can make vigilance checks to see if you hear this.
I got a 9.
15.
Oh yeah, you hear
I
it.
got a 13.
Can you eat the what?
Everyone but Mass hears it.
Listen, you're a dirty cop. I defend you all the time. I get a stacking. I get a napkin.
Hey, I am not a cop. I technically work for the police department in an administrative position. I'm not a dirty cop.
Wait. So you pretend to be a cop, but also a hero.
I am not pretending to be. I work for the NYPD. What the fuck? You're pretending to be a lawyer. What the hell are you
I
talking
am a
about?
lawyer. I passed the bar.
Congrats!
Which one of you? The lizard or the
I
giant
have
fucking
my own
orangutan?
law firm. I have a secretary.
Does she know about the fucking invisible Jello man? What is this?
Agent Kane turns back to you, Mr. Portman. Goes, in response to your question, Mr. Portman, it must be the official stance of the department that I answer no.
Can I get a wink?
I'm not winking, but if you would like to imagine that I am, I'm not going to stop you.
Hell yeah.
I kind of look over at Langley and my long, sharp, dangly, now like orange because I'm feeling greedy. Just looking at him and I'm just waving at him.
I turn back to Mass and I'm like, listen, man, dude, can you try and keep me away from that one? I don't trust the cut of his jib. He freaks me the hell out.
That would be a challenge, and one that I would accept. I could swaddle you, and we could talk about your inability to accept labels. Yeah.
Whoa! I didn't ask for the second part, but okay.
For your safety, you will
you know-
be swaddled at the time.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm trying
Marvel's
so hard.
never going to contact any of us again. Marvel's never going to
This
speak
is the
to anyone
first
in this
and
cast
last
again.
time this game will ever be played on Good
Oh my god! I'm trying so hard. to keep
Oh my
this
God.
going. This is so fucking tough.
I'm gonna swaddle you.
I'm for your own
Nobody
protection.
knows, but we're never
Anyway.
getting past this part of the plot. This is the
Yeah,
whole
moving
thing.
on.
Oh no, don't worry. There's so
You're
much
never
more.
getting me out of this room.
You've You've been in this HQ for almost an hour.
It's very nice.
Well, we did announcements, so not really that. But regardless, Mr. Kane chimes in again. He goes, I do not mean to rush any of you, but the auction that we are aware of is taking place today, so if we could get some level of move on here.
Yep. Let's go.
Hey,
Okay.
Excellent.
I will do anything my
All right,
friends
now-
want to do, but I don't want to go on land for more than like 10 minutes. Surface land. Underground is fine.
Would you count a magical pocket dimension of sorts as land, Mr. Liability? That seems like a concerning name.
It's what all the Morlocks call me. It's like my mutant name.
I don't think that's a mutant name.
Returning to the original question, would you count a magical pocket dimension of sorts as above land?
How tunnel-esque would it be?
I'm gonna say very, mostly
Great,
to get this
then
conversation
I'm on
finished.
board. Let's go.
I can
All right, so
with my hands.
Agent Kane gestures to the briefcase that Duskin is holding again. Says, "You have been provided with funding in the amount of $2 million for this item. That is why it is in the hands of a trusted operative and not any of you. If you fail to return this, I will report your whereabouts to other portions of the government. Please don't screw me on this. It will make it much easier for you and much less paperwork for me."
All right. Are we all set? Good to go.
Lead the way, fearless leader.
All right.
Follow the man with the money, yeah.
He taps the picture of the alleyway on the side screen, and it zooms out to a map. He says, "All right, the entrance is magically disguised in this alleyway about 3 blocks down. Fortunately for you, thanks to transportation methods available to Dare through our magical artifacts, we are essentially already there." He walks over to the door that he came in on this, again, small oblong room, and opens it, and reveals just a city street out there. And he gestures again. As he does this, he also hands a walkie-talkie to you, Evan, in case you need to contact him for any information on the mission, and presumably also to tell him when you have the item.
As you're about to hand off to me, I go back. I use disguise and I go back into my human form. So now I'm back looking like Ron Perlman, but not Ron Perlman.
Legally distinct Ron Perlman, everyone.
I have to ask, Evan, is it like Uncanny Valley? Looking at your face, like you can obviously tell something's wrong, or...
Oh, dude, I straight up look like I was made of Jell-O.
No. Evan, say what you look like.
I look. It's like Uncanny Valley, where you look at something and you look at something, you're like, that's odd. That looks a little off.
That's not right.
And every now and then, his face will just melt. So you'll notice that.
Okay.
All right, cool.
As we walk out, Liability draws his trench coat and hat over more him and just whispers to Mass, who I'm going to say is next to him, and just be like, I don't think that man's ever seen a tunnel.
I don't know what euphemism you're implying, but I agree.
Marvel's never contacting us ever again.
Never.
As you guys walk out, Agent Kane gives you the final piece of the mission. Finally, he said, "You are to bid once you find the auction on item 8I. Item 8I is the one you are attempting to acquire on this mission. Does everyone understand? There will be others. Please do remember item 8.
Item 80.
I.
Item 80.
8I. Yes, sir.
8I.
I 80, which I'm sorry. I'm
80!
8I.
80. Okay.
He looks directly at Portman, because Portman is the only one he trusts in this scenario. He looks directly at Portman and sees that you got it. And then, once you guys all walk out, slams the door closed again, revealing, it seems, from the perspective of everybody outside, that you all have just stepped out of the back of a moving truck. On the side of this truck, there's a logo. Say it's like a football player carrying a moving box. It's like quarterback movers or something like that. So the location that you've been is like magical artifact place, some sort of disguise thing. And the alleyway that you are supposed to use to access the bazaar is like 2 blocks down from the map that you were shown.
All right. Are we ready to go? All set?
So I just want to run a thing, but I know you can disguise yourself to look at least vaguely normal. That dude's
My
the
eye kind of
size
starts to
of
melt.
Okay, maybe not entire. I'm gonna get back to that. That dude's the size of a house, and that dude is the size of a 6-year-old.
Yes.
And together we make one normal man. It's perfectly balanced.
Definitely not. You look like you ate 3 normal men. I am very concerned about us getting into a public scenario.
I'm very
He didn't say, canonically, he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything.
No, that's so
That was me.
Sure,
Give that line
sure.
to or something. That was too good. I am.
Langley, may I keep informed with you that no matter what, we shall be fine. In this situation, we're not too far from our destination. Ooh, a little rhyme. And we just need to make sure. We just need to make sure that we get there. Mass. Would you mind, Mass? Would you mind? Can you resize yourself? Could you shrink a little bit?
Ooh, I can resize, but only to slightly larger than this. And this size, though I suppose if you wanted to be small, I do have experience in feeling small. And I don't look much less threatening. But as I said, I lose half a foot of height. Does this help?
This does help very much. I appreciate you very much.
Okay, I'll just feel terrible all day for the mission.
For the mission, I appreciate you for that. And after that, I will highly reward you.
Mike, I have to ask, out of character, how tall is he still even after the half-foot reduction?
Probably like 6'5".
Just still a huge dude.
which is big, but like
Yeah,
I'm
we're
si-
shooting for human-esque is the vibe.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
getting.
need to be the genuine
Yeah.
article. I just need to have plausible deniability that I am.
and I kind of like bend down and I look at liability and I'm like, could you like pop your collar a little bit? We just got to make sure that no one Langley doesn't like how we look.
Yeah,
So we're gonna just
I
pop your
know.
collar.
I will. Yeah. You
And
know,
don't
he's
worry.
still my best friend. I don't, but he'll work through it.
Still don't know you, man.
That's so great. I'm so glad you keep it a print. Hey, that's so motivational. I love you for that. And
I love how the murderer symbiote is by far just like the most chill. This is just a She-Hulk character that you've made.
Oh,
Evan,
yeah,
and I
I know.
absolutely love it for that.
and maybe if you ask your best friend Mass, he'll maybe feel a little bit better and you can ride on his back.
I do like giving piggyback rides.
Oh, look at that.
I just like feeling valuable in this state.
Oh, he's so valuable in this state.
Liability just like scurries. The guy.
Awesome.
However, out of universe, I'm
Do you
very.
leave like little burn marks with your hell portal hands, like little scorches?
Oh yes, I do, like little ones. But I forgot to say when I started my thing. You also notice that strapped into the little belt of the trench coat is a slightly larger than average glowing blue fire extinguisher.
Wait, bigger than
I love-
average? Aren't you like 4 feet tall? Like, how
Yes.
big is this fire extinguisher?
It's like half of me.
Well, as
Like a
person who used
backpack?
to-
Like you have a backpack-sized fire extinguisher on you?
Well, as a person who used to work in fire emergency, I would assume that it's a little blue one that's about 2.5 feet, so it'd be perfectly normal to have a fire extinguisher that size.
Great.
Yeah. Perfect. You guys are all prepared for any hell portal shenanigans.
Out of
After
universe,
seeing
that
what
he
is me
accidentally
going
makes.
on the already tall guy's back? Help.
Oh, wait. This is as we sort of segue into this next part, this is actually a perfect time for you to mention something that I totally forgot to say at the beginning of this episode, which is we did a character creation session that we recorded, and it is on our Patreon. Or it's not yet. It will be on our Patreon. So we didn't do character creation live in this session because we knew it would take a while, and we just didn't have time. But the character creation process for this, for everyone but Nikhil, he had a scheduling conflict, was recorded.
Yeah.
So it is kind of funny that after Nikhil talks about his thing, he wasn't in it. But the character creation for these three is on our Patreon, or will be, if you guys want to support us and check that out. Anyway.
I will say, after liability like scurries up mask like a horror movie character, Forgotten's just staring at it like, that is the scariest thing I have ever seen in my entire life.
Langley, you haven't even seen Scary. All right, let's get a move on.
Wait,
What?
mask. Mask. Do you
Yeah.
are you wearing the mask? Is that how this works?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When he gets up there, I just want the screams from his palm to get way louder as he gets near the mask.
He gets...
Oh, I knew I
See,
looked
it actually
horrible,
does
but
make
this is a reaction I rarely get out of the ring.
This is gonna make us less conspicuous.
Of course.
See, here's the funny thing. That's not going to matter nearly as much as you guys think, but we'll get there when we get there. So I assume you guys are heading to the alleyway as this is happening. You don't have to, but I'm assuming you are.
Yeah.
All right. You get to the alleyway that Agent Kane told you about. And again, as I described it earlier, it looks like a mugging waiting to happen. It is like the sketchiest New York City alleyway you've ever seen. Unremarkable in other regards, but that's it. Seems fairly normal. If you guys have the ability to make some sort of check or power to scan it at all, I don't know exactly what powers you have, because I have your sheets, but there's so many. You are free to do so, or you can just go check it out, see what happens.
Can I try and fly up to look down at the alley to see if I can see anything?
Yeah, you can fly up. It still seems normal from above, but because that's creative and I like it, I will say you can maybe see a little bit of a slight, almost mirage-like shimmer down at the other end. There's definitely something a little... actually, no, better way of describing it. The perspective is wrong. Not that there's a shimmer, but as you go up, it's like the image of the alleyway does not shift with your perspective as it should. There's definitely some sort of illusion here.
Okay, can I use... I got goblin goggles, and I think one of my powers is enhanced. I think I have enhanced senses. Yeah, heightened senses. Is there anything else that I can glean?
You're going to have to tell me what that does, because I definitely don't know all the powers off the top of my head, but if you read the description,
The
I'll tell
character
you.
can sense things roughly twice as far away as normal. They also have an edge on vigilance checks and to perceive things, and enemies have trouble on checks they make to sneak past.
Oh, okay. In that case, you can do a vigilance check with edge, which I guess you could have been doing earlier, too. For note, this is a mechanic we'll talk about. In place of advantage and disadvantage in 5e, this system has edge and trouble. What edge is when you roll the 3d6, you can choose one of the dice to re-roll, like Yahtzee style, basically, and they do stack. Trouble is when you roll with trouble, you have to re-roll the highest of the 3d6. Again, that is the replacement for advantage and disadvantage in this.
Matt, can you re-roll the Marvel one?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, you can re-roll the crit die.
Okay,
I remember looking at that specifically.
I got 14.
14? Okay, 14 is pretty good for my understanding of this system, so yeah, we'll go with that.
14.
Remember, if you get a
17.
1 on that middle die, it's a crit, too.
I definitely did not, but I got 17, actually.
Oh, yeah, 17.
Oh, that's
17 is definitely good. So again, you can see, like I just described earlier, the perspective on the alleyway definitely does not look right as you go up. It's like it sort of stays static and flat.
Okay.
And you can see at the far end, it's like it sort of expands outwards, though you cannot see exactly into what.
Okay. Just for flavor, I want everyone to know that I am shit at flying, because he only has Iron Man boots and can't steer with his hands. So he shakily flies up to see things, and as he's desperately trying to balance, sees this and then hesitantly comes back down again. Like, so that's not normal. The alley doesn't go back in perspective. It looks like a matte painting. I don't really know what's going on there.
Well, we should, if it's like a matte painting, then we should run into it like a certain coyote and get on in there.
That does
That
not seem like...
That makes logical sense.
No, it
See?
absolutely does not. What?
Yeah, the little liver
Do you
failure
even
guy.
get Looney Tunes in the sewer?
Yes.
I don't think you understand. There's still paid programming. I don't think you understand where we live very well. You're not very updated on society, are you? Anyways, let's get to it.
So I guess, ignoring everyone else, which is totally fair in this case, Mr. Portman starts going forward. Is everyone else following?
You bet your ass liability's following.
All right,
Yeah.
cool. Liability
I'm
is
the
following
last
just...
one, but after everyone walks in, I'm like, Okay, fuck it. I guess we're walking into the fucking flat canyon.
Exactly as expected in the order you go. And as you start going, you do actually kind of come to a sort of, perspective shift barrier that you kind of walk through. And when you walk through, you see a very, very different scene and immediately kind of get some context as to maybe why this was the group chosen for this mission. Because you come out in a bazaar. Of course, this is the Shrouded Bazaar. It is a large sort of marketplace full of various magical beings. There are all sorts of various wild things here. There are dwarves, there are fairies, there are some demons wandering around. It is a full-on fantasy bazaar hiding in the middle of Greenwich Village. And suddenly, the weird little yellow man, the cobbled-together super suit, the symbiote, and the giant guy look a little less noticeable in the crowd than maybe you thought they were going to be originally.
Oh, this looks like home.
Yeah, it's quite unusual. For some people, this may be a different experience, but for us, this is a very homely environment. We should be able to understand and get to our destination in time. So let's not poke at the locals, and let's just get to it, and let's have fun in our little isekai world.
Mass. Assume it, gingerly put liability's shoulder. If it helps, you could think of them all wearing masks and gimmicks. It's what helps me. I am technically human.
I'm just used to freaks.
Hey, Mass. Now that we're out of the city, would you like to go back to your regular form and you can be a happy little bugger?
Oh, that I could only be happy on command. Sadly, it will have to happen more naturally, but I appreciate your offer.
Well, you just keep doing you. You're doing great.
I'm really not.
Like you up.
Wait, what?
Now, it's interesting to note that Mr. Actually, are you still in your human form, or are you?
I'm
I guess
the
voice is going to be the trigger for that, isn't it? All right, cool. So, you did mention, not poking at the locals, but as you say that, let me remind you, none of you were told where this auction was going to be other than the Shrouded Bazaar.
Yeah.
When I said not poking at the locals, I meant not like straight up trying to get into fisticuffs or say rob a free store.
That, for anyone new in
party's
chat,
not
is a
here.
direct reference to our
I'm
other
so
campaign.
upset about that. Damn near a year later.
Liability just goes up to the nearest person and taps on them. It says, "Do you know where item 80 is?"
Notable question: are you going up to a random person walking by, or are you going up to like a booth or a stall? Because again, this is like an outdoor bazaar kind of
Booth.
thing. You're going up to a booth. All right, so you go up to a large sort of orc-like creature that is selling some sort of food, not something that you immediately recognize. And he kind of looks down at you, and what were you asking immediately?
Do you know where item 80 is?
I'm not sure what item 80 is.
Me neither.
Mask goes over to you and picks you up with two hands, your entire body, and please excuse my son. He's very sociable. In fact, I'm a very proud father of this young lad. Yeah, but he doesn't know all of his social cues quite yet. Please forgive our apologies greatly.
Also, when he puts me on his shoulders and switches to his masculine form, the screams are loud again from the ball.
Okay. Mike, I gotta ask, does the shirt just magically vanish when someone's not looking? Is this a camera editing trick that you would see? Where
there is no way it can make sense physically, yes.
Yeah, it doesn't
Okay,
doesn't just
okay.
disappear, it literally just appears and reappears when people aren't looking, in between blinks.
I like to
In
think
between
that the
panels,
mask
really.
absorbs-
In between panels, the shirt disappears and reappears. Just staring, I'm like, where did it go again? I didn't even look away.
To his credit, this stand owner seems remarkably unfazed, as again, this place is full of sort of equally weird stuff to you guys. He just kind of like blinks at that. He goes,
Yeah, I get it. Kids can be a handful. Do you want to buy a wrap or...
Is it the item 80 wrap?
No.
he pulls out some stuff and goes,
We got Muspelheim Fire Wasp wraps.
Okay.
Is that
we
spicy?
don't
I don't
have-
like spicy.
Liability. Down here.
Mass Mac puts him down next to you.
Thank you. Buddy, we're not here to spend any money on anything else. So let me talk to the fella, okay? Let me get some communication in there, and we're gonna see if we can get this moved along. I'm gonna see if he knows anything, okay?
Okay. He's a good friend of mine, so he'll be nice to you.
Awesome, sick.
Wait, is he talking about me?
I'm
I've
assuming
never seen this little dude before.
it's totally fine. He's a friendly little kid. He's just got a wild imagination. You know, it's just how it is sometimes. So I would like to do Brilliance 2.
Okay.
Everything makes more sense to the character.
mm-hmm.
So when
I think that's a passive, right? That just boosts like your logic stat,
that
right?
logic. So
Yeah, okay. I think that's a passive. I don't think it's something that you have to like do. I think it's just your stat goes up.
Oh,
permanently.
okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
I thought I had to roll for that. Sick.
If it what does the duration say on the
permanent.
power listing? Yeah, that just means it's a passive. You're just smarter.
Do you know of any auctions going on that could involve large sums of money? Maybe things that are titled A with a number in front of it and ends with Z with a number in front of it.
Make me an ego check. Actually, we're gonna say this is like that. This game does not have subdivided skills. There's not like persuasion and things like that. So it's just the stats. So make me an ego check.
That is a 15.
A 15 is pretty good. Okay, so I should ask then. When you ask this, are you asking it totally legitimately, or are you trying to imply like maybe some sort of under the table black market stuff?
I'm implying both. I'm very much just like, yeah, I'm like trying to do this legit at the same time. I'm like,
okay, since you got a high enough roll, this orc-like guy kind of squints at you and goes,
Possibly. But I'm here selling wraps if you want to buy any. You know.
Okay. If I were to buy a wrap for me and my amigos, would you give us the info on the down low?
I'll give you what I know, if I know anything.
I'm kind of looking. I'm turning red, like literally, because I am like getting a little angry with this guy. But it's at the moment, it's kind of like just like blushing red, and it's not fully there. And I'm like, okay, do you know or do you not know? Because I really want to get this across that everything's gonna be a-okay. And if I buy your wraps with the money that we have at the moment, are you gonna give me the correct information?
No, well, I guess he kind of looks at you for a second, notices that you're turning red, and then sort of like looks around and leans in a little bit, like kind of whispering to you. Goes,
Look, man. Here's one thing I know. These wraps are really good.
Matt,
10 out of 10 rap sales.
I'm gonna bump in between the two of them. I have the Streetwise tag and knows how things
okay.
because I am a criminal. So he bumps past him, puts like $30 on the table, and goes, "I want to buy one of the wraps that aren't on the menu, man," and stares him right in the face.
God damn it!
Okay, all right. Give me an ego check, but do it with an edge, because that's good. Up front, just going for it. Ego check with edge.
Okay, and then
Also, I want to point out while that roll is happening, I am pulling this location from the comics directly. There's a scene where Wong goes up to a guy and buys Muspelheim Fire Wasp wraps. I'm pulling this. This is from the Marvel Universe, baby. I'm doing my best.
okay, that's in.
And we're doing our best.
That's a what?
An 11.
11. Okay, I thought you said 7. I was like, with the reroll?
No.
And you just to be, because I know
What's that?
you can do the reroll.
I
Did you do the
reroll. That's
okay, with an 11. And again, I'm not sure what the standard is, but I think I'm going to say that 11 is fine enough because I do think that was an effective way to do it. And he kind of, he looks in, he takes the money off the table. His eyes kind of like flick over to Portman as if sort of asking like, is this guy like, you cool with me saying this in front of this guy?
Like, I'm kind of like looking at him like, yeah.
Oh, to be clear, he's not asking you. He's trying to like ask the Forgotten like, is this guy cool?
Yeah,
that's why I go.
Yeah, three. The three of them. They're technically with. They're my entourage right now, so I just need to get there. I was sending them out first just to make sure.
We're best friends.
I don't know him.
The kid in the background, the little guy, just regardless, this orc again kind of leans in. He goes,
"All right, man. Now I don't know. It sounds like you're looking for something specific. He was talking about letters and shit. I don't know what's exactly is being sold, but if you're looking for an auction that's under the table,
yeah, that's
auction house, about 4 blocks down that way, 2 alleys to your left. Gonna take a left and then a right, and then 3 more rights. I know that's gonna bring you around in the circle, but shit's weird here. 2 alleys down, left, 3 more rights. Got it?
left, 3 rights.
All right, cool.
Awesome. All right, thanks for doing business with you, man. Forgotten gets up, starts to walk away, and he's just like, yo! And motions to everybody to start walking down the alley.
Landry, that was excellent performance. From a thief, I expect nonetheless for you to know how to communicate with these guys.
I am not a thief. You have to haggle with people if you're trying to legally attain goods. Man's just a businessman, essentially.
Haggle.
So.
Exactly what a dirty cop would do.
I'm not a fucking dirty cop!
That's exactly what a dirty cop would do. I'm so proud of you. Is another one of those lines that's going to make Marvel never contact me.
Never.
But you know what? Screw it. We got good views on this. I don't care. Anyway, you guys start heading down in the direction that you have been informed by the rap
Matt,
salesman.
before we get too far, I do want to say Langley is checking every booth to see if they're selling contraband, somewhat similar to what he's wearing, because he wants more shit.
It is worth noting, I should also say, this is, of course, like a role-playing thing. You do not have to follow the established path. You can go and check on other stuff. This is a one-shot, so don't worry about extended stuff. But if you are looking for weapons and things, those do very much exist here. This is a hidden magical bazaar in the middle of
very
New York.
much.
There's all sorts of stuff.
I'm looking for second-hand like hero gear. I'm trying to complete my set. How it is how I would put it.
Can I ask a question? When Forgotten put the money down, is that from the briefcase or is that just Forgotten's cash?
He doesn't have the briefcase.
I don't have the
I
briefcase.
am assuming that,
So I forgot to mention
I assume for the sake of this.
I told Matt this in my character description. I forgot to say this. One of the things that he found at a crime scene was the bottom half of Deadpool, and he took his belt. So he technically has that like bag of holding sort of belt where he just kind of reaches in and grabs something. It's usually not useful. That's why it was $30. Is it was just what he could fucking grab and just put it on the counter.
For the record as well, since this is a one-shot and this is a new system, I am assuming that you guys have like a reasonable things that would be on your person as just someone living in New York City. I'm not working about your like full-on inventories.
Wallet full of cold hard cash.
Yeah, you're a lawyer.
You're a
so
lawyer.
You probably definitely have the most money available.
So like, I'm kind of looking at everybody. I'm like, okay, we don't really have an estimated time, but 8I is a pretty far down number for the most part, especially with the lettering. So I say, for now, we stay as a group, and if anyone wants to buy some contraband, since we aren't working under shield or anything, I say go right ahead. We are in a distant territory, which we can't.
The second he says buy contraband, Forgotten turns around and starts walking into the market.
Okay, cool.
And I
I want
immediately
to
start.
I want to do a perception check real quick when he does say 8 eyes down the list. How many of these signs are in English?
That's a great question, and since I'm using a real location from
It doesn't
from
matter
let me
because
see
I'm
if
a
there's
linguist.
No, it's not. It's not that you're not a linguist. It's me looking at it and going, "Is 8I down the list, or is there like randomized?"
I was
language
also
here?
confused by 8 is a faraway number.
Well, 8I, so I'm assuming it's
8I.
Yeah. Item I,
So-
number 8. Like,
I'm assuming there's going to be like a 1A, 2A, 3A.
yeah.
Yeah, you have not been given any information as to what. You know you are to go to this auction and get 8i.
Okay. So I turn around to look at the market to see if there's any. How many of the signs are actually in understandable English, and
The few stalls that even have signs, definitely not in English.
yeah, hey, Spider Guy, I'm not 100% certain that.
I'm okay. First of all, we're not going to do this. Okay, I'm a symbiote.
Not gonna do what?
I
Yeah, that's
don't
what I
even
said.
I don't have the spider lenses. I don't even have
Okay, but
those things that you keep talking about.
but you're a Venom, right? That's like the.
Yes.
Okay, so you're a Spider Guy. Cool. I just want to make sure that you know that these aren't all in English.
You can read every single one of them.
I don't doubt that you can. I'm just pointing out that 8I might not be down the list if I is a letter that they
Four
have.
blocks.
I
Wait,
might
I
be
should be clear.
RA.
I think some people are thinking of things in different. Are you guys doing this at the auction house,
No,
or are you
no.
going
No,
around the
it's in the
bazaar
bazaar.
specifically? Yeah,
We're-
yeah, in the bazaar. Okay, I just wanted to be sure that we were
The
all on the same page.
bazaar
Yeah.
isn't the one that's labeled 8I. We have to pick something up that is 8I in the auction house.
It seems
We-
we're in an
these are just-
area of uncertainty, so what you gotta ask yourself, Mr. Forgotten, is do you want your shopping day or not?
I agree with him, and then I start walking away.
Yes!
And
All right.
we continue to follow.
Okay. In that you're specifically looking for just like superhero garbage again to
Yeah.
use the, all right, cool. This is like the only check that we've made so far, but make me another vigilance check, and if you're trying to perceive things, then if you have that ability you can get an edge on it.
Let's not forget that Panda literally can't understand any of the languages going on in the signs.
None of
He
them.
was able
Not
to
one.
talk to one orc and thinks that
Yeah.
he is now able to talk to anyone, so that is
No,
why
no,
I'm
no.
continuing
Hold
to
on. I don't
follow.
think that I can talk to them. I'm looking around for superhero gear so I can walk up and be like, how much do you want? And if they don't respond in English, just start putting money on the counter. That is the
You have
extent.
$30.
I don't know if I have $30. I have a bag of holding. I'm not
You had $30
His is
once, and if you're
also-
lucky, you'll have $30 again.
Yeah.
The Forgotten is stuck in a place with, like, I assume most of the people are not human, as
Yeah.
noted
Yeah,
anti-non-human.
there are humans here,
Yeah.
but it's mostly not
Daily
humans.
Bugle Truther in a market full of non-humans. It's definitely not the best.
From Ohio.
I got 16 for a vigilance check.
16 is actually very good. So yes, you do see you see a stand that's selling weapons of some kind. You don't know if it's necessarily hero weapons. You'll have to go and investigate more specifically. And you also do see a stand that is selling like some. You see it's off sort of in the distance, but you see things that look like sort of masks and costumes. So which of those do you want to
I'm
check
gonna go to the
first?
mask
Or
and
neither?
costume one first. I'm gonna go over to the
Mask and costume.
Yeah.
First thing that you see, I'm going to say the most notable thing that you see is there is like a kind of crappily thrown together mannequin, like a wooden mannequin with a what actually on first glance seems to be a Spider-Man costume on it. But the Spider-Man costume is pink and green, and on the chest it says Spider Hero.
Oh my god. I think I worked a match with a jobber that had gear just like that once, yeah.
Damn it, I'm not a local. I wouldn't know that that's not something he's worn. He's staring at it.
Well, actually, well, yeah, you're not a local. If you have been in New York City for long, or like most of your life, probably not you, Nikhil, because you're in the sewers.
Yeah.
But Mike and Evan, you guys can give me, I'm gonna say logic checks.
Oh boy.
That's the knowledge one. Give me logic checks here.
you may be shocked to learn that Mass logic stat is in fact his dump stat.
I got a 16.
I made
16.
I
Okay.
managed to get a 9 with a -3, which is still not good, but
Great. So this actually makes a lot of sense for your character, Evan. So you've definitely seen this before, and you are fully aware that this is the costume of a vigilante, a short-lived vigilante. You don't really know what happened to him, but this is a costume that was worn by a vigilante who actually did stuff in NYC for a bit. And given it makes sense that your character would know, because given that it's an off-brand Spider-Man, I think as a legal thing that would be within your purview.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll say that's why you're aware of this. Now, whether you share that with the Forgotten or not is your choice, but you are aware of it.
Langley, just so you know, this was worn by a shortly lived but forgotten vigilante. The suit is pretty well in tech. I don't know what the wear and tear is. It's been about 2 years since I've seen this suit worn last. He did go up against quite formidable another vigilante who wears a pretty sick outfit and a very nice blindfold and just looks really cool every time he's out at night. But he lost that battle. But I will.
I saw Duskin at the gym. Duskin is shredded.
Just riffing.
Yeah, the reason why the head to that costume is missing is unknown to me, but you do have a pretty stellar suit that goes along with it. I would say it's worth your money if you know how to bid for it.
Does he have? Well, okay. So vigilante, yes. Did he have any gear, like anything that's actually useful? Or is it just a suit?
I'll field this one because this is not something I made up. This is a real Marvel thing,
Right.
He did use like handheld martial arts weapons and was seen using magic, but that is all that you are aware of. This off-brand Spider-Man had martial arts gear and magic, and that's all you. Yes, it could 100% just be a suit. You have no idea.
Spandex suit. Get it.
If you want to do a logic check on it to try and figure out if it has some sort of tech in it, you can do that.
Yeah, fuck it. Why not?
And I don't know if you have any bonus to like tech-related checks, but if you do, that can apply here.
I don't think that I do. I'm tech reliant, but I'm not smart. So
Yeah, again, I've skimmed your character sheets, but I have not had time to review them in full because we got this yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's not very smart when it comes to that stuff. Oh, I do have investigation because I am a cop, but I think I'm going to ignore that because I want him to be an idiot. So,
Sure.
What check am I doing? Logic check?
Logic check.
I got a 12.
A 12? Okay, that's higher than average. So in this case, it does not seem like there's any notable tech within this suit. If there is, it's very well hidden.
Okay, looking at the rest of the gear, is the rest of the gear, is there anything that I would use?
There is not really anything that you would use here. I would say there's some like guns and things. There are like scraps of various costumes and things. Like, you know, there might be like a torn piece that has like Spider-Man websuit patterns on it. But there doesn't seem like anything that has notable use to you, I would say.
Okay, in that case, I'm like...
Most notable thing is this Spider Hero suit.
I already have something from Daredevil and the Menace, so I don't really think I need anything here. I'm gonna go.
Matthew, I'm just gonna ask, and we can talk about it later. Is this Eric Brooks? God damn it! That's such a good reference.
Yep. That's why I was so excited to DM this, man, because I can pull these references, pardon my French, just out of my ass at any time.
That's such a good reference.
He's gonna leave it. And be like, nah, I don't need anything from this. I'm gonna go to the weapon salesman. He's probably got something.
All right, cool. So you head over to the weapons salesman. I'll pull a direct quote from the book actually here.
Oh, love.
It seems that the guy has a whole bunch of swords. That is like the main thing that this guy is selling. As he, it's a booth full of just a billion swords.
Do I see any that I would know is notable? Do I see like the black sword from the Dark Knight or
Definitely not like
No
like,
blade,
no iconic Marvel swords here. I'll say that.
Can I see
Nothing of that level.
Can I see a carbonadium sword in there?
A carbonadium? No, these are more like fantasy swords.
Damn.
Would
Carbonadium.
Mask's mask be able to pick out anything that would be of a similar nature to his mask at this stall?
Oh, you want to see if there's any sort of like
Yeah.
hair
I
swords?
fucking adore Matt just looking at the image. Just like, oh,
Yeah, just
Yeah, I'm literally just looking at a picture of the Shrouded Bazaar from Strange Volume 1 right now.
Primary references.
Yeah, there's
Yep.
primary sources, man. I'm doing my best here. Yes, so yeah, for the sake of fun, you can definitely pick out some things that look somewhat demonic in nature.
Do you do test drives at all with your merchandise?
Yeah, the guy kind of the person is serving somebody else at the moment. Actually, we'll say it's a human because I can't tell exactly what this guy is canonically. He gestures over to like a wooden training dummy that is on the other side of the stall that has like a bunch of hacks in it, for people to test out the weapons.
Mass Max, I think, is gonna grab the Hell Sword.
All right, cool. Now I don't have stats for a hell sword, so I'm making this one up. But this is actually a dwarf. It looks like. Yeah, this is a dwarf that is running this place. So you go and you pull out a sword that is it's got like a very spiky hilt on it. It's kind of like it's a golden. It seems like a high quality sword. If you want to try to see like if it does anything special, that's going to take a roll. But if you just want to hack at something and see if anything happens, that's one thing. The level of analysis you want to do here is in your hands.
I've needed a new gimmick for my entrance for a while now, 'cause the only weapon I need is my body. But just for the sake of funsies, I will see what this sword can do, yeah. And he's gonna take a way too big swing at the training dummy.
All right, so you take a gigantic swing at the training dummy. For the sake of doing a thing in this game, make me an attack roll. Do you remember how to do that? Because I know there's... actually, I should say it anyway for the audience that doesn't know the system. So, the way attack rolls work in this game, this is actually one part of the system I really like. I think this is a good way of streamlining things. So, attack rolls, basically the same as in D&D. You roll the 3 dice. Well, the dice numbers are different, but you know the mechanics. You roll the dice, you total it up. There is a success thing that you have to hit. In 5e, it's called a DC. In this, they call it a TN, target number. Same thing. But the interesting thing about this system is that damage is also calculated from this roll. If the roll is high enough to get the hit success, you take that middle die, the Marvel die, and you multiply that number by your damage stat, or the relevant damage stat, and that is your damage. So the damage and the attack roll come off 1, which I think is a good way to streamline stuff.
Okay, so... I got a total of 10, and my middle die was 2.
Okay, total of 10, middle die is 2. Now, I don't have... For an inanimate object, I don't really know what exactly... You hit it, because it's not like there's a hard target number for this. So, how much damage is that going to do? This is a melee attack, so whatever your melee multiplier is, should be on your character sheet. 2 times that, plus whatever... You know what your bonuses are.
So, 2 times 2 plus 7 is 11 damage.
11 damage. So, you do a nice big slash with this sword. It does not do any sort of notable magical things as you can see it. At least not yet, but it's a good quality sword.
Very nice. But nothing I couldn't have done without my hands. I think I'll go without the equipment for today, thank you.
I'm just gonna kind of like little clap like this towards Mask and be like, yes, quite, very nice. Can I see if there's any like really cool helmet salesmen? Just like some really like badass helmets.
There's 100% like medieval armor kind of salesman here. I mean, if there's a sword selling or a stand selling swords, there's definitely armor salesman here for sure. So yeah, you're able to find one without too much difficulty. I'm not even going to make you roll for that. You got some time.
Yeah, I I'm just looking for I go to the helmet stand and what is it logic for to look at all the helmets?
I've said vigilance.
Vigilance?
Well, I guess it depends. Again, the stats are a little. I'm still learning how they work, and they're not super elaborated on.
Mm-hmm.
But vigilance is the equivalent of wisdom. Logic is the equivalent of intelligence. So here's what I'm going to say. And this is sort of my idea of ruling, but it makes sense with the rules. If you just want to like look over the stuff, see the general vibe of what they have, that'll be a vigilance check. If you want to like look for something specific, like analyze like the quality of the helmets or see if they have a certain type, that'll be logic. You know, perception versus intelligent scanning.
I'm gonna do a vigilance check just to find see if they have one of the really cool Spartan helmets in black.
You don't have to do a vigilance check for that if you want to go through it and look for, you know, just gazing through the stock of the stand. I'm not going to have you do that. So, yeah, sure. You're able to, again, this is a one-shot for the sake of flavor.
No,
sure,
check
you're able to
book.
find the helmet
See
you
if
want.
there's there.
Check dude, I'm pulling this setting from like 3 pages of one issue. I thought it was fun, but it doesn't have that much resource in it. It has, like, it's on, like, 10 pages, and half of that is a terrorist attack. So I'm doing my best. I picked the Shroud of Bazaar because it's canon. Nikhil, I picked the Shroud of Bazaar because it's canon, but it was vague enough that I could play around in the space.
I'm a canon purist Marvel RPG player.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Not talking.
You're able to find the type of helmet you want, yes, Evan.
Sick. I'm gonna go up to the guy and be like, how much is this per set?
So, the guy behind the stand, just for fun, is a little goblin guy, like a scraggly little goblin man. Notably, I would say too small to wear any of the helmets in the stand. And he kind of looks up and he just goes,
I'm gonna use linguist.
okay, tell me what that does.
Basically, I can just understand a language.
And do you have to pick the language in advance, or is it just you get to understand?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think that's a thing you do. I think it's something you want.
I think you probably, now that this is again a rules clarification, you probably, does it just say you can, read me the exact text of it, because we're still learning this system, of course.
I have to find it.
Oh, God.
Also, yeah, Amy in chat, Nikhil, just said you can't call yourself a purist when you're playing a small yellow child with hell portals in your hands. What do you mean, canon purist?
That can fit logically in the Morlock world.
Logic. Where the... I hate looking for things. Why would you make me do this?
Yeah, that is one of my biggest criticisms of the system is, man,
okay,
the
the
organization
character
on
is
the book
fluent in a language
good.
other than their native tongue. This tag can be selected multiple times, one for each.
Okay, so you have to pick it when you select it. Now, we can say, since I'm going to be a permissive DM for this one shot for the sake of fun, if you want to say you picked Goblin, sure, but realistically, that probably wouldn't have been your pick.
I think it's Goblin.
Okay, I'm just gonna grab a crisp $100 bill out of my wallet and slap it down.
Okay, so you did not understand anything. You're just grabbing this.
You're doing that to the Forgotten mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
So to be clear,
As
you
I'm
don't
watching
pick
it, I'm like,
Goblin.
are you serious right now?
And I'm gonna make it look like I understand.
Okay, if you're trying to pretend like you understand, give me an ego check.
Oh, motherfucker. Okay. Ew! Okay, that's an 11.
An 11? Okay, I'm actually going to have this Goblin. I'll make up Goblin stats. He's going to do a vigilance check against you to see if he figures it out. And this is my first roll of this game, actually. And he... Oh, yeah. He got a 15 without even me worrying about bonuses. So he, sees you kind of thoughtfully nod as you're looking at this helmet and then, slap down the $100 bill and just kind of squints at you. Puts his hand on the bill and just sort of slides it across the table towards himself and puts it in his pocket.
This guy was probably like, "It's $10," and you were like, "No."
And Hold on, just out of character, real quick. Was it not that expensive?
Oh, definitely not.
Okay, I'm just going. That's just complimentary, and I pick up the helmet and I put it on my head in my business suit.
Okay, you now have a helmet. The goblin, as you put it on and walk away, is...
I feel like I was just called a bunch of slurs.
You will never know.
How big
You
is this
just
dude
tipped
behind
very
the counter?
generously.
Matt,
Yeah.
I gotta ask,
I love it.
what does the dude behind the counter specifically look like again?
I like a very scraggly little goblin.
Scraggly little goblin man. Okay. After hearing he Forgotten looks at him and then looks back at at Liability and goes, "Did you get any of that?"
No, but I do think I might know that guy.
I figured. We keep walking.
Liability is
Okay.
not a linguist or smart at all.
That's not why
I
he
didn't
was
think so,
asking.
Nikhil.
I'm also thinking.
Why did you? Never mind.
I'm also thinking that the helmet's a little too big for my head, so my Jello head just fits into it.
She's got like a big.
Sure,
Ah.
I'll allow it.
I hate that. I hate that so much.
Okay.
I just
So,
blow up my thumb like this and.
Love it.
are you guys? I guess everyone else did. Nikhil, does Liability want to check anything in the bazaar before you guys move on, or is he just vibing?
He's vibe. I have one thing that I think could happen, but I think we'd throw everything off, so I don't want to do it.
Do
But
it.
We all got a bit. Get a bit.
We all got a bit.
all right. So I want to go over to that sword that he put down that he didn't take, the Hell Sword, and then
Okay.
chains come out of one of my palms, grab the sword. I'm not even near the booth, actually. I'm over where we were with Panda. And then chains just come out of my palm, grab the sword, and yeet it back into my portal.
Okay.
I have Hellfire
Now I-
chains as a power, and I don't have to do anything, I don't think.
Now, I do think I know the answer to this, but I'm gonna double check just to be sure. I assume you're not trying to do this stealthily. You are just
No,
stealing
I'm not
shit.
trying to do it at
Okay.
all. This is just
Okay.
happening.
Let
I see
me.
it happen. I pull another
gonna-
crisp $100 bill out of my wallet.
We're gonna see if the guy even noticed first. We're gonna see if the because this you with the way you described it, I think this happened very abruptly. It wasn't subtle,
and
to be clear, but I am gonna roll to
It's
see if he
not
notices.
happened at all. Like he's not even like perplexed. He just holds his hand out and it does it, and then he just keeps
Oh.
going around.
This dude rolled super low. No, the guy doesn't even notice.
I put the $100 bill back in my wallet and we walk.
You see this theft happen. You pull the money out, see the guy didn't notice anything, and just slowly put it back in.
I'm a defense attorney who kills people. My morals are low.
All right, so you stole this sword. I guess you have it in your inventory now. I don't know exactly how your powers
see.
work, but
I see
I'll
that.
go ahead and tell you
I
since-
turned to Evan's character. I'm like, oh, and I'm the thief. We're gonna call me the thief.
Technically, I did not steal it. Someone in here stole it. That
Someone
What do you want me to do?
in
Yeah.
there. That's your fan.
According to its home realm.
it's a portal to hell.
There's people in
I
there.
was very clear, I think.
I'm assuming those chains took it back to its homeworld and it's going back to its rightful owner.
That sounds
This is
reasonable.
stuff that should be happening with the British Museum.
Did they never teach you the circle of life in
Political
school?
commentary, folks.
oh yeah, like we haven't been doing corrupt police bits for the last
Yeah.
2 hours. Now we're doing political commentary.
Oh yeah, definitely. This is where
I'm
we
a
start.
defense attorney. I'm as corrupt as it gets.
I'm,
Okay.
I'm playing
You
a
have that.
prejudiced cop. Now we're doing the political bit.
All right, what, are you guys heading to the auction
Yeah.
house now, or are you
Yes.
gonna screw around?
Yeah.
You are
if
welcome
I'm-
to screw around, but
If I'm correct, this is what you said, and I used it because for some reason I feel like you're going to try and fuck us over. 4 blocks, 2 lefts, 3 rights.
Oh, you took
yeah,
notes.
that is, I believe, what I said. So, I said,
Broski, you
yeah,
could have
that's-
said anything. Matt would have said yes.
Oh, perfect. Okay. I don't know
There
why.
was-
I
there
don't know
was
why.
one
I feel
part
like
that
Matt
mattered.
wrote that down in his little DM journal and was like, "Yes, yes."
Dude, I have planned so many things for this, some of which have started to come to fruition and some have not, but that was not one of them. If you wrote it down, that's good enough for me. You're good. Again, remember, I wrote this in 24 hours, so you're set. With Mr. Portman knowing the way, you are fully able to take that pathway. So, you guys start going down these alleyways. You take the 3 rights that should bring you back around to a place that you've already been, but of course it does not because this is a magic place. You are going through kind of sort of sketchy alleyways. They're magically, modified and weirdified, sketchy alleyways, but they seem fairly normal nonetheless. However, when you take that 3rd right, you see a large golden building in front of you, like standing out amongst the sort of, just rows of buildings. There is a much fancier, large golden one.
Oh, I heard
With-
of this. This is the Empire State Building.
No, but I love your enthusiasm.
It's not.
Might as well be. There is a fairly humanoid demon standing guard. Seems pretty buff. Not as buff as Mass will say, but decently buff. He seems to be some sort of bouncer here.
Worry not, my friends. I think I can speak this man's language.
And he overconfidently struts to the bouncer.
Without saying, the bouncer waits
We're
for you
fine.
to speak. He just kind of looks you up and down.
Excellent gains, my brother. How do we get into this building?
Forgotten slowly
I hadn't
turns
100% determined. I hadn't 100% determined a personality for this guy yet, and you just made the decision for me. So he holds out a hand to fist bump you and goes, "Thank you, my dude."
My question stands still. How do we get into this building place for the auction event?
Well, that was gonna be my next question, you see. I mean, you clearly know what's going down here if you're here for the auction. So, you have any sort of money to pay?
Do we have money to pay? We got money to pay.
And I hold up the briefcase with my awesome Spartan helmet.
Within that
right.
receptacle lies more money than you've ever seen, but if you want to get even more, you got a fantastic physique you can call the number of my promoter. We could use another powerhouse like you in the promotion, yeah.
Are we leaving evidence behind? This feels like leaving evidence behind. I did not...
He takes the card. I assume you were holding out a card, which this
Here's
guy
our
takes and
business
puts
card.
into his
If
pocket.
you'd like to get in touch post-robbery.
It is a business card, but it is
We're not
like
robbing anyone. We have the
we are
money.
legally
It is scrap
purchasing an
paper.
item.
Yet.
There is absolutely incriminating evidence on it, but like information on it, but it is also like written in marker on scrap paper as well.
Okay. Yeah, the guy takes it and goes, "Oh, I've been looking to get back into the game. I fought a guy by the name of D-Man a couple years back, but haven't been out on
Oh
the
my
show
God.
in quite a while."
Matt,
What?
That's a reference.
I know
Yeah,
the
that's-
reference.
Why I'm here. It's my
Panda.
job, Panda.
Panda, you're
Anyway.
a notable non-Marvel fan. D-Man is a reference
Shut
to
the
a Marvel
fuck up,
character.
Nikhil.
So, E-Man
I
was
know
a
who the
daredevil.
man is. Thank you.
Just
And
quick
I
off
actually
the bat.
remembered as you said that D-Man was like a wrestling superhero. I was like, oh, I can make that a thing. Anyway, this guy continues. He goes, "No, I do have to ask. You don't have any sort of any tracking devices or scrying artifacts or any sort of implement. This is a kind of secretive biz in here. We are gonna have to scan you as you go through the doorway."
I can assure you with the most utmost honesty that according to my knowledge, we have no such thing, and I have a high intellect. Though I will convene.
Guys, do we have any of those things? I don't know what they are.
So it seems that the only weapons or materials that we would have is this really awesome, sick helmet worn by me. And we did have a sword, It went back to its rightful home. But besides that, we don't really have much except this very important briefcase, which we need to bring along with us for.
And he died.
Oh, did Evan?
That was very
Did
dramatic.
Evan's
That was
camera just
horrible.
crash?
Yink, gone.
And then Evan's
well,
character spontaneously died. And we
Oh, no,
He turned back into
Evan's
Arizona.
camera is just
and fell into the
frozen.
street.
He expanded his head
I'm
too
gonna
big in the
text
helmet.
him.
Oh no!
I'm gonna text him and we're gonna see what's up.
Damn it!
But you guys can keep talking as we do so.
I have a bit planned for this. He can answer it when he gets back, but after this whole exchange happens,
Oh, okay. Just for note, he just said his power went out.
Oh.
So he said 1 sec. Hopefully that will be able to be
He's got to have a
fixed
laptop, yeah?
in some level of time.
Well, if his
Well,
power
yeah,
is
but
out,
internet.
yeah, internet.
If his power went
Yeah,
out,
so
he does not
internet's
have
fine.
internet connection.
He's got a phone. It'll work eventually. It's several layers.
He said 1 sec. So I think for the sake of this, we are going to continue at least briefly, and we'll handle that. That's the problem with live shows.
He
everybody.
teleported
we'll do it best
away.
We can.
yeah,
I think
We'll
it
do
works.
it best we can.
no,
You know, it's
the-
totally fine.
the lizard brain got distracted for a second, so the symbiote just froze halfway through what he was saying as he's holding
Oh, there he goes.
as he's holding the
I'm gonna-
briefcase. He's
We have
frozen.
the.
We have this, and then the briefcase. Then he just got stuck. So instead of doing it with him, I'm gonna lean over to liability and be like,
Oh, he's
hold on.
back.
We're back.
"Oh,
He's back already.
okay, hey,
Hey, we're good.
Hey, my power went
Wait.
out.
Evan, how are you doing this right now?
What?
Did the power come
How
back?
are you?
How are you-
How are you using your computer?
Through my laptop.
Nikhil,
I
is
rest
your
my
power
case.
still out, or did it just go out?
Just
Never
shut
mind.
up, Nikhil.
We have other things to do. Don't worry about this.
Oh,
Anyway,
I'm using my hotspot right now.
There we go.
Okay.
okay.
you win.
Nikhil was right,
It was
everybody.
exactly
Shut up.
What you said it was.
Nikhil was right.
Moving
on. Evan, continue. I believe you were, or no, Panda was doing stuff.
Yeah. After you get done explaining what the briefcase is for, Forgotten, it's like, yeah, and then turns away from the guy and leans over to Dusk and is like, hey, you wouldn't happen to know if Iron Man puts trackers in his shit, do you? And he's gone again.
Yeah, I was about to say, I can't tell if he's hesitating or if he froze again. And I think he froze again.
That was so stupid. It killed the symbiote. He died immediately.
I'm going to turn Evan's camera off again, and we're going to move on for the sake of time.
He just fucking vanished.
Ask someone
Oh
else.
my god, live shows, ladies and gentlemen. It happens. But we are going to do our
Okay,
best to
so
persevere.
instead of saying that to Dusk, he leans over to Liability and is like, hey, you wouldn't happen to know who Iron Man is, would? God damn it, Evan!
And he's back again!
Every time! We're not in this spot!
Okay.
Okay, I'm good. Wi-Fi's back to normal.
Okay,
All right.
Okay.
All right.
good. Did you hear what I
Sorry.
said?
No,
I
you're all
heard
good, man.
some
That's
of
not
it.
your fault. You're all set.
Yeah. So he leans over and he's like, hey, you wouldn't happen to know. Does Iron Man put trackers in his stuff?
What mark is it?
He looks down at his boots and goes, various.
Okay. Could I possibly do a logic check?
You can do a logic check, but it's going to be a hell of a logic check to know whether Tony Stark puts trackers in his gear.
Thank God.
You're going to probably need a crit for
Thank
that.
God I have the plus
Just so
2.
people know, the mark that I drew him with is Mark II, and I think Mark 17.
Hold up! I was not aware that you drew him until now.
Yeah.
Oh, I drew mine.
I have a drawing of my character.
Text these to me. I'll put them on
Oh,
the
it's
screen.
awful.
You just need
No
to tell
way.
me these things. Fair.
I haven't
Anyway,
shaded
continue.
it yet, but yeah. Okay. I have a
wait,
Mark
shit.
II and a Mark 17.
Huh? Wait.
What? It's What's the 616 again?
If you roll a 1 on the...
What's the
if
616 again?
If you roll a
The
1 in the
two-
If
middle
it's a
one,
besides-
1... Okay. If it's a 1 on the middle die, that special die, you crit. If you roll 616, it's a super crit. Evan, did you super crit?
Really?
It's called
I'm
the
not
Fantastic
bullshitting.
Success
I'm not
for the
bullshitting.
record.
I don't
for the
believe
These are
you
my die
are,
right
but
now.
That's crazy.
These are my die.
Let's
Wow.
go! That is, yeah, that's the standout one. Okay, look at that. Okay, so let me go over the rules for this specifically, so that because that's actually a perfect time. I'm so glad we get to actually highlight something from the system. So the way that crits work in this, more specifically, is if you roll a 1 on that middle die, it numerically counts as a 6 for all intents and purposes. And if you succeed on the roll, it has a bonus crit effect. It's called a Fantastic Success, I think, is technically what they call it. But to get that normal Fantastic Success, you have to succeed on the roll anyway. If you roll, as Evan just did, a 616, it is an auto super success no matter what. So, Evan, you have done a case with Tony Stark's trackers before and are super familiar with stuff. And we're going to say, for the sake of simplicity, such a random and ultimately not important thing to get. Actually, you know what? Since I'll give you a little bonus for doing the super crit, there are trackers in the boots, but you know how to rewire them so that they will not get detected, so that you can have those on hand if you need them.
Thank
There you
God
go.
we
There's
have
a cool,
flexible fingers, baby.
Yeah, there's a cool bonus.
The character can turn their finger and hands into whatever tools they need. I turn my fingers into a soldering gun.
I feel like that's a little bit of a stretch of
I'm
what
kidding.
tool
Where
could
are you
be,
gonna
but
get
I'll
that
allow it. For the sake of, rewiring, you don't need soldering tools. You
Screwdriver.
can disable the tracker and re-enable it as you need.
I look at the bodyguard and I'm be like, "Can you give me 1 second? We do have some unattainable things."
Just make sure they're disabled before you go into the auction
Awesome.
house.
What do you have on you? Is it just the boots?
I have two various sets of Iron Man boots. This is a goblin mask. This is Doom's cloak.
Norman
I have a Spider-Man web shooter. I got some Daredevil stuff, some Elektra stuff, some Punisher stuff.
I'm gonna
some
tell you
Kang
this right
stuff.
now. None of them are smart enough to have any of this stuff marked. And usually, most of them are reusing stuff. If you
Isn't
have
Doom a
stuff,
doctor?
Doctor Doom, you really think Doctor Doom's gonna track his stuff?
I mean,
the phrase "isn't Doom a doctor" is hilarious.
It's a really good one. That might be my new Discord status. Isn't Doom a doctor?
Just give me the boots.
Especially, it's funny if you know the lore. Anyway,
yeah. Which is my
I'm
entire
more-
point behind-
I morph into my alternate form. Oh wow, you look fucking cool.
oh yeah, I will put Panda's character up on the screen, but that's gonna take a second. There might
Okay,
be
so
some
you
slight
don't
lag
look
as I
like a
shift things
person
around, but
either.
don't worry about it.
No,
What?
I have a goblin
Oh.
mask on and then a bandana over the bottom half of the face, so it's completely covered.
I-
This has been a random impression.
and then I morph into my actual form of a symbiote. And I'm like looking, I'm like happy that we're having this bonding time, so I turn pink. And I'm like,
This is great. This is great. I'm taking the dragon faces. We're bonded. God, I'm a defense attorney. Things are love.
All right, here we go. First off, let's show this off. I'm literally just gonna do the lazy thing and just slap it big size in the middle of your... That's the wrong button I just clicked. I'm gonna slap it just big size in the middle of everybody's screens.
Oh, I saw
This is...
somebody said in the chat, it's not a knockoff.
Oh, it's a PNG.
It's not a knockoff cape. It's a real cape that he bought on eBay, but he's not
Is
sure
there-
if he's a knockoff, but it's real.
Oh, wait. I have a way to do... I did not realize that was going to be a PNG, so give me a second. I'll pull that up better as you guys continue. So, you have those rewired. If you would like to use a tracker that you can turn on and off, you now have the boots that can do that. And with that, you can go into the auction house if you would like. The bouncer allows you in.
All right. We are
All right, cool.
go.
Oh, that's so big. I was not expecting to have to
Oh.
show him. There we go. There you go. I forgot I have an image showcase thing on here. Sorry to Spotify listeners, but this is what the Forgotten looks like. There he is. And yes, I know Evan's camera's super small. I'm sorry. I did not know I was going to have to switch that around. Anyway, that's what he looks like.
Imitated.
I left this thing. There we go. Fixed it. We're good. Anyway, you guys enter the auction house. Now, it does not seem like the auction has started yet, or at the very least, it is in some sort of a break stage, right? But there are many people milling around. All of them seem well-to-do in some case. If you guys want to make vigilance checks to sort of case the room, you can do that now.
I got 12. 12.
11.
You said numerically, if the middle dice rolls a 1, it's a 6.
Yeah, that's a fantastic success. So
And this is a vigilance roll?
vigilance, yeah. That seems to be the most used skill in this system by a very long shot.
I got a 10.
A 10. All right. So the highest was 12, or did Panda go? I don't think Panda went yet.
No, I also got a 15.
15. Okay, so you actually got the best. That kind of makes sense, because you do have some level of experience with, like, random superhero-y items and things.
Yep.
Some of the items are on display on, like, a far wall. The people that are milling around, none of them seem incredibly legitimate. You are a criminal. I know you have that trait. So these seem like upper-class criminals. There are a few people in, like, lower-key, kind of supervillainy looking outfits, things like that. There's no one on stage at the moment, no one actually doing any active auction stuff, but this seems very much higher end than anything else that you've seen.
Alright.
Okay.
We made it. Let's just remain, stay calm, and stay in a group. We can't really outburst. Langley, please, for the love of God, do not investigate anyone here. We do not want our cover blown. And you trying to be a dirty cop, trying to get somewhere in the world, doesn't really help us out.
If my cover is just me, then how is that? That wouldn't blow our cover. I mean, I'm here as me. I'm Forgotten. I'm a famous superhero. So I mean, if I was trying to get some stuff, that would, that would help.
Sure, 100%. Keep that motto. Mask, pay attention to liability.
Okay, I'll do my best. And he gets down to your level and just stares at Liability. Just
This is the witch.
Liability's just waving.
Where the hell?
Just a happy little dude. He's happy to be
Just
here.
a dude.
Now, if you guys would like to investigate the auction in any set or any people or items that are here, you are free to do so now.
Absolutely.
If not, you can just wait till things start. This is in your hands. Tell me what you do.
Oh, I'm investigating all of the stuff that they have. I want to know if there's anything that I'm bidding my money on.
Okay, so notable, there are all sorts of various things here. This does seem to be a more heavily magical-based auction, as you would kind of expect, with it being in the Shrouded Bazaar. There are, various crystals and things. Not all of them are directly labeled. That is important to note. They are labeled with their, item number.
Right.
They are not labeled with any sort of descriptor as to what they are. Notably, I'll go into this, the item numbers are not actually in order. They seem to be, there's 2-letter tags, but they seem to be random order. They are not, like 6, 7, 8, and then letters. Maybe, not sure why that is, but they are
Forgotten.
randomly
Forgotten
ordered, as best you can
definitely
tell.
turns to dusk and is just like, see? Told you so. Wasn't going to be in the order.
That's
Now, I'm assuming, well, I guess I shouldn't actually assume, but some of the items are gone. As you said, you're just looking at everything?
Yeah, I'm checking what they have.
Okay, so, most things you do not immediately know. I assume that your character is not super familiar with magic.
If I've seen a superhero wear it, that's about the extent of it.
Give me a, you know what, since you don't know a lot about magic, give me an, not intelligence, logic check with double trouble. So re-roll the the highest 2 dice of your roll, because those are stackable.
Right, I re-rolled it and got the same numbers. So it is Which check? Logic?
Logic check.
That's a
yeah.
12.
A 12. Okay, that's actually higher than average. So you do see a few things, not as much things that heroes have worn, but you see some stuff that like villains and things have been, notably used in the past.
Okay.
You see some little chunks of rock that seem to resemble those like weird sort of one-eyed monsters that attacked New York City a while back. There are some, odd crystals, some books, things like that. And notably, since you are looking at everything, you do see item 8I, which is a small totem-like thing. It is a small white totem of a human face.
Okay.
You son of a bitch.
So, outside of that, nothing that I would go for. No like notable supervillain
Nothing
stuff.
Nothing that you would know.
Okay.
I'm gonna phrase it like that. There very well might be things that you could get use out of, but nothing that you see it and you're like that.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So I see 8I. I'm like, okay, well it's not gone. And I go back to the group. Like, all right. So we're bidding on just a white mask, I think, or a totem of a. It looks like a tiny wooden face. Not entirely sure what the purpose of that is.
Perhaps it's simply fine art. We don't know the hobbies of our employer.
Dare's a big
I mean,
collector.
we are in an underground, most likely illegal magic selling place, so I'm not 100% certain that they would be, selling art here. But good on you, buddy, for assuming the best of people.
Can I look at it and see if I can do a logic check?
Go for it. I'll allow that.
Okay, cool.
It's going to be a high logic check, but it is possible.
Sick.
And if you get a certain level, I'll give maybe something that could possibly be a hint, but it's more of a niche hint.
That's a 20.
Got a 20?
Mm-hmm.
Got a crazy
Plus 3
logic.
plus the Brilliance edition of +2.
That's crazy. All right, cool. I mean, a 20 on a 3d6 system is very good. So you don't recognize this immediately because this is a very obscure item. This is an actual thing, but it's only been in like 2 issues. However, there are sort of like with the way that it's made and iconography, and also the 8 on the identifier. As you look around, you've seen these are not in any order, and you can kind of gather that the item numbers seem to have something to do with what the item is, not necessarily order. The magical signatures that you can see off this thing and the presence of 8 within the item number indicates that this might have something to do with a magical group known as the Octessence, which is a very powerful group of entities in the Marvel Universe. Like outer entities.
Nikhil's shaking his head like he knows, and I'm pretty sure he does know.
He probably does.
No, I was just like, of course, the Octessence.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course, the Yeah, no, this is, again, this
Noted
thing has been
Marvel
in like 2
bad
issues.
guys, the Octessence.
How?
Noted Marvel bad guys, the Octessence. Well, we'll talk about that later.
This belongs to the Octessence, but I don't know what specific artifact it is for.
I will also note, it's powerful. Like, the actually, you know what? You got a 20. I'll give you an extra bit of information. The Octessence, there are 8 members of this group. And from what you understand, they all have a different sort of item. Juggernaut is empowered by an item of the Octessence. So that's the power level that you're talking about with this thing. That actually is what I should have said off the start. The Crimson Gem of Sidorak is another Octessence artifact, yes.
Of course.
So from looking at this, you don't know what it is, but you know that this is a Juggernaut level power artifact that you are talking about.
Hearing that, Forgotten turns to Dustin and is like, hey, I know we're doing a boss for your job and everything. You're probably getting paid pretty good for this, but can we trust your boss with something that could potentially make a second Juggernaut level person? Not a good laugh. No, okay. All right.
All I know is I was blindfolded, ticketed, and they're called Dare. I mean, Dare's an anti-drug PSA in America. Like, How bad could they really be?
Matt, are these things just on a table?
They're a government agency in America.
No, I mean they're on like shelves on the side of the room. They are not just sitting there to grab.
Okay.
I feel like they're
they're in cases that are probably monitored. However, at this, I'm actually going to interrupt this conversation because as you guys are talking, there have been like chatter in this room. You know, there are people like drinking wine, talking to each other as they wait for the auction to start, like kind of stereotypical things that you expect. The room goes dead silent all of a sudden. And you hear footsteps coming from the entryway. And if you turn back to look at the entryway, you see a figure that I'm going to go out on a limb here and say all of you recognize. Because walking into this auction house is the very sort of annoyed-looking figure of one Dr. Stephen Strange.
Oh!
Susie?
The room, of course, goes completely silent. Everyone is staring at him. He just goes to the front of the seats and sits down. And the room sort of slowly starts, talking again after a moment in like more hushed whispers than before, with people shooting glances at him every now and then.
I'm gonna go sit next to him.
Liability goes too.
All right,
Liability's
cool.
like, all right, cool.
Really good for business.
All right.
What are you...
We can find out. No. This could be good for all of us. Liability can find out about his handles. And Mask can find out how this mask really controls his inner feelings, his inner demons.
He seems to have the best idea of the group.
This is like a really cool, this is a once in a lifetime experience.
I must... This is a selfish request, but I really can't let him see me. The thing on my face. I think he wants it.
Oh,
I don't think that.
What?
okay. I don't think that, but I think you
I
have
s-
with you.
I suppose only by sitting on my face, you're right.
Okay, so are we gonna go sit next to the fancy man?
Wait, hey, I just want to point
And
out.
I immediately grab Liability's hand and we start skipping.
Hey, God damn it!
All right, so attracting the attention of every person in this room, you two literally skip across the auction house to just plop yourselves right down next to Doctor Strange, who gives you an incredibly confused look, both from the fact that you skipped over to him and like the fact that anyone in this room is acknowledging him at all. And he just kind of like gives you a sort of curt nod and then turns back to the front, clearly hoping to not have to engage in any
He's
sort
going
of
after.
conversation with you. I did figure that, but he's hoping not.
Oh,
Dr. Stephen Strange, charmed, I'm sure. My name is Dustin.
Hello, friend.
How are
I'm Liability. This is a portal to hell.
So he shake. Okay, so Doctor Strange reaches out to shake your hand. And goes, hello, of course, pleasure to meet you. And then he turns to shake Liability's hand and like reaches out, and you say "portal to hell," and he immediately jerks his hand and goes, "I'm sorry, what?"
Is a portal to... I'm a Morlock, so I was born with portals to hell in my hand. Mm.
I believe Wong actually briefed me on a Morlock that had a portal to... Is it... pardon me for asking, is it safe to shake hands
Yeah,
with...
totally. I mean, you'll get a little hell on you, but I think it's fine.
With all due respect, I'm here on business. I believe I better keep myself hell-free as it stands.
Oh, so are we. Don't even worry about it. I'm a big fan of your work.
You are. I didn't think anyone in this circle would consider themselves a fan of what I do. I'm fully aware that I'm not really welcome in this circle.
Yeah, neither are we,
No.
technically.
Don't even worry about it. Neither are we. Our friends are all the way back there, but they want to keep it on the down low. So we just say hi. Just wanted to say, you do amazing work, and keep doing what you do for the city and the world, of course.
Well, thank you. It's always nice to be appreciated.
Also, if you have any
of course.
stuff you don't want, my best friend would gladly take it for you.
Don't you dare.
Notably, on that, he is not wearing the Eye of Agamotto at the moment. Does not have that right.
Okay.
But he are you like pointing over to?
Yeah, my best friend
Okay,
over there. He
so-
loves acquiring things. It's his favorite thing.
So Strange kind of turns over to look
I'm
at the
hiding
the
in my
figure.
cloak. I am standing there like.
Actually, as you're
Forgot!
just
Good
Don't
Oh, I
worry,
was
Mr.
imagining
Do not
you doing
worry,
this.
Mr. Do not worry, Mr. Forgotten. I understand the gravity of the situation. Do you need a protection swaddle?
Don't you fucking swaddle me, big man.
And may I hide you with my body?
I'm already hiding behind like the like leg of
Such
Mash
good
Mash.
fans.
So Strange he sees you. I mean, he sees you unless you want to try to like actively make a stealth check, but I don't think you're trying that hard.
No.
So Strange sees you, kind of gives a nod, and then turns back to the small. We never established this. How old is Liability, Nikhil?
I'm torn.
53.
I'm thinking because the two influences were Leech and Caliban, and Caliban's old and Leech is a kid, and I didn't have
Yeah.
a concept here.
Split the difference.
He's
He's like 40.
Sure.
14 going on
Just a
40.
dude.
I was
I'm
kidding,
straight up
you
giving
wanted-
this
okay.
40-year-old man the child experience.
Okay, Strange. He looks back at this strange figure clad in all sorts of random superhero garbage.
No.
and kinda
Wait.
nods.
I do want to say, I'm hiding in my cloak. I am a normal-sized man in a Doctor Doom cloak trying to hide his face.
But
There,
to be clear, didn't you also say that it was not a real Doctor Doom cloak?
no, it is a real Doctor Doom cloak. That's the joke. He bought it off of eBay and has no
Okay.
fucking clue, but it is absolutely real.
Okay, sure, sure. Why not? Okay. In that case, Strange looks back and like you see him linger on you for a second, kind of taking note, and then he turns back to you guys and goes, "Right. I don't think I have any items at the moment, and as I said, I'm here on business. This is not my usual circles. Fortunately, I'm not." He looks back at the Forgotten again. I'm making an attempt to keep things peaceful at the moment for several reasons, so I don't think there's going to be any trouble, don't worry.
Please, and enjoy your time. Have a wonderful time. Me and my little friend here, we're just coming to say
Yeah,
hi.
and we're here to get item 8I.
At that, Strange immediately says, "I'm sorry, did you say item 8?
Yeah, I thought it was 80,
Yeah,
but then they
surely
kept
that's
saying
not-
8I. It's like a little head.
How did we get a bellow in this
I-
campaign?
Seriously. He
Live up
kind
to
of
your
nods
namesake,
again. He goes, he nods again. He goes, well, by quite a coincidence, that's also what I'm here to acquire. So I suppose we'll have a friendly bidding.
We
war.
got a whole briefcase,
Um,
so.
Perfect. Yeah, this is great. So I have an idea then. So I do not trust the people that we're working with. They're paying me a large amount of money, but I don't know if they're going to kill these guys afterwards.
What?
But I think if you allow it, hold on. I think if we are able to buy this item, you follow us back, and then you can take care of them. You're way stronger than the rest of us, and you can take the item wherever you want to go.
With all due respect, I agree. I am probably more suited to handle these sorts of things than you are. But how about I bid on the item as I originally came here to do, and then if you have any sort of problem with your employer, you can direct me to them.
We can't do that. But if because we have this briefcase full of money, so let us buy it, take it back, you follow us. And then,
recruit Doctor Strange.
Wait, I have Dealmaker as one of my traits.
Jesus.
It's
the
Doctor
first
trying
one.
to
Stephen
recruit.
Strange.
Gonna need to be
Doctor
quite a role.
Strange, man.
Yeah, that is Doctor Strange.
That is
You
No,
know,
just
for
Avenger
being a
Doctor
little
Strange.
principled, you know?
That is leader of the Defenders, Doctor Strange, dude. That's not...
That is a 13.
I'm gonna no 13. 13 is not gonna convince Strange. with all due respect, Mr. What was your name again?
Duskin.
Mr. Duskin, I have secured some funding for this as well, so while I do appreciate the offer of assistance, and I am more than willing to assist you in any sort of magical problems that you may have found yourself in, I do believe that I have this situation
Well,
under
we're
control.
all friends, so why don't we just pool our money and share it?
Oh, very good, very good.
Is the man in the green cloak hiding in the back of the room, clearly trying to avoid my presence, part of this whole...
That's the Forgotten. Yeah,
Operation.
he's my best friend.
He's a he's a bad cop, and he really doesn't like law enforcement getting involved. So we're trying to make sure that it doesn't really matter if he dies, to be fair. But at the same time, I'm really not trying to have anyone die on my conscience without me doing it.
Dude.
Jeez.
Strange just like sits there, kind of like slightly open mouth, trying to figure out how to process all that for him. Well, it was of course a pleasure to meet you,
Of course,
Mr. Duskin.
of course.
If I find myself in a situation in which I need your monetary assistance, I will be sure to let you know.
Right up.
Also, small liability, did you say?
Yeah.
If you require any assistance with the hell portals in your hands, I am a doctor, of course. We can arrange some sort of help for that if that's a condition that is causing you stress.
No, it's fine.
Of course.
No.
And he just kind of nods once again, and then very quickly turns his eyes back to the front of the room. I'm assuming you guys don't move, so he just sort of sits there.
Ignoring you.
Oh, no,
Actually,
we're sitting there.
We're like flanking him. Like it's him, liability.
He's stuck in between. He's stuck in
Yeah,
between.
he's got like his arms like sort of tight to the center. The cloak of levitation like kind of wraps around him a little bit.
Gremlin
The
and
cloak
this
trying to like cover his peripheral.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah. The cloak does like horse blinders, so he doesn't have to see.
As it's doing that, we're leaning more like
We're
this.
just leaning around. Hello.
After an agonizingly long moment of this, you see a figure walk to the front of the stage. A fairly normal-looking guy, actually, seems from what you can tell to be just a regular human. And he, sort of announces that the auction is going to start, and the various people all go to their seats. Out of curiosity, Masked Mass and the Forgotten, are you also going to sit in the front row with Doctor Strange, or are you going to go sit somewhere else?
I don't have the money, and nothing here I want to bid on, so I'm standing in the back.
All right, fair enough.
I'm in a terribly antisocial mood, so I will also stay back.
I'm gonna do a thing.
Hey, you guys, get over here. Real quick, I have an idea.
Sit across the thing. Everyone's sitting down.
After an annoying, like
Lightly.
a weirdly long
Mass,
time.
come,
No!
We have a scheme.
come, we have a scheme.
Don't
It's still
involve me
next
in
to
this!
Strange.
Yeah.
By the
right,
way.
Strange.
I-
Mr.
This is gonna
Forgotten,
get
I
so
don't
much
know how
funnier.
much longer I can play dumb. There are only so many people in here with masks. They're obviously talking to us.
Mass, come here.
No!
Wait for you to meet our friend, Mr.
Don't
Strange.
do it, big guy. Don't do it.
Just to note, you have like 20 seconds to decide before the auction actually begins.
Don't do it, big
so
guy.
you
It's
gotta
not
pick
worth it.
now.
He is literally like doing fancy blood, like,
It's fine,
Matt,
it's fine. Just
Matt,
stay there, just stay there.
Doctor Strange is up there, man. Don't go up there.
What is Forgotten's
Okay,
views
so-
on Strange? He's a human, right? Is he cool?
he is an absolute coward through and through. He's never actually been in a battle, so seeing an actual Avenger, he's like, no, nope, I'm back here. You don't involve me in this.
Normal
That
thief reaction.
makes sense. So, after a moment of this, you are unsuccessful in convincing your two compatriots to join you at the front next to notable superhero Doctor Strange. The man at the front begins to speak. He goes, first of all, let me thank you all so much for coming to the auction. We have some excellent items today. As usual, I will be your auctioneer for the night. For those who don't know, my name is Cullen Bloodstone. If anyone knows some other names that people might know. Anyway, Cullen Bloodstone starts going through some of the items. Now, he does not start with 8i. I'm going to go into, if anyone wants to do anything as this auction is progressing, you can do so. You don't really know what any of the items are. Strange does not take any interest in anything up until presumably item 8i shows up. So we can get to item 8i, but if you guys want to do anything, you can.
Liability.
Yes.
Do not hand chain it.
I'm not in control of that.
Do not. Okay, just put your hands like this.
If chains are going to rocket out of my hands to grab something, they're going to do it whether they're on the floor or not. But I'll put them down.
Since you explicitly said that you were on either side of Strange hears that goes, I'm sorry, did you... chains?
It's just a portal. I don't know what they're doing in there. I've never been. It's in my hand.
I really do recommend you stop by the sanctum at some point if...
Can you like whip something up real quick and just to like...
Not in the middle of the... in the middle of the auction. I might be able to handle something at the end.
Oh my god.
There's a chameleon in my chest. There's a lot of weird shit.
Strange actively just puts it... You say out of nowhere, there's a chameleon in my chest, and he just actively puts his head in his hands. And you hear him go... He goes, I hate this place. I hate this place so much.
I was born 17 years ago.
I asked Wong to go, and he said he has commitment.
I was born 17 years ago when I was met in a sewer.
Matt, I have a question.
Wait,
As they're talking to each other, I have a question. Is anyone looking at the wall of stuff?
Make a vigilance check to see. Yeah.
Okay.
You motherfucker.
He's gonna try to grab it.
Every
I was so
character turns
close.
into
I got a
good eventually.
626.
Oh.
Oh.
Ugh.
Hold on. Does my vigilance thing allow me to re-roll one? I have to know.
No, you need advantage for that.
Edge on. Yeah, I have an edge on vigilance checks. Does that mean I get a re-roll one die?
Yeah, sure.
Come
If that's
on,
what
that
your thing
one.
says, go for it.
Come on, that one.
The one system in which you want that.
Oh my fucking god! I got it!
Is that the second super crit? Okay, so here's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Here's what I was gonna say, right? What I was gonna say normally is, given that you are at the back of the room, and the things are on one of like the side walls, it does not seem like most of the audience is looking at the stuff. People look over every now and then, like when a new item comes up, of course, which makes sense. But the wall of items is fully in view of Cullen, right? He's up on the stage, he can fully see everything. But since you got the super crit, I'm gonna say you are able to like analyze his patterns of looking around and like figure out when he is not going to be looking at the wall.
Awesome.
So you see options is what I'm going to give you for that second super crit.
As I am standing, which way do I want to do this?
There
as
was
I
no
am standing there.
stealing something.
Oh, absolutely not. As I am standing watching them berate Strange, who currently has his hands on his head, trying to escape this situation. You see the Forgotten looking at the mask, slowly position his hand to see if he can aim to get this thing.
It is in a case. It is in a display case. You cannot just web shoot it.
I'm trying to. Yeah, it's a multi-step plan. I'm trying to analyze his field of view to see if I can get the case, and then use the Daredevil stick to get the mask.
Oh my god. Okay, you super crit. You super crit, so you have the opening. I am giving you the opening because you super crit.
Okay.
And yeah, technically it's not a mask for note. It's like a little totem, which I only mentioned because we have a masked character, so in case that matters.
Okay. What do I roll?
Evan looked super suspicious there. I don't mean anything. I just mean like I didn't want somebody like, oh, like we should have the mask replace his mask with it. Like it. That's not anything important. I'm just noting it is not a mask.
Hey Matt, I just want to let you know there's a developer for this game in the chat right now who says this is the first recorded case of 2 ultimate fantastic rolls ever. This is the first time.
First off, thank you to the dev who's in here. That's wild. I hope you're enjoying. I'm so sorry for what we're doing in your game.
We are doing it right.
We're doing the best.
Wait, are we the first to do it live? I'm like 95% sure we're the first to do it. Anyway, continue. Hi to the dev.
So, what do I need to roll to see if I can web sling
Okay.
the thing?
Yeah, web shot should be a power, right? I'm assuming. For the dev, we got this PDF yesterday, so we are very much learning this on the fly.
It is, but it's only listed as an attack. So,
I will say do the attack on the thing, and it will be, it's an unmoving object, so the attack is not going to be hard. I can't believe there's a dev for this game in the chat. Right
it doesn't have. It just says if the attack is a success, the web paralyzes the enemy. On a fantastic success, the enemy is also pinned. Breaking free from the webbing requires a melee check. I don't have.
Okay. It's probably if it's ranged, I believe that's an agility attack.
All right.
But it's not melee, so clearly, yeah, it would have to be that.
Okay. And I don't have extra on this because it's not vigilance. Oh no. Okay. That's a 10. That is an absolutely average roll.
Okay, well 10. Okay. 10 is average. One thing with this game has a lot of the DM kind of decides what's viable. Mm. I think for an unmoving object, a perfectly average roll is fine. Okay. I'll give that you hit the display case. It's not moving. It's not like you're trying to shoot across a road. It's in the same room. You can hit the display case with a web
I hit the display case. And I'm just now realizing I didn't think this through because this means I have to pull the display case to me. Or off the thing.
You're just now thinking this through. That was the plan. How are you
No.
I
can see that, but now I'm like, okay, I have to analyze this field of view until I can pull the thing near me.
And hope he doesn't notice the string of web that's going across the room.
He's connected to it.
I said, you have your opening. If you're too noticeable, he will.
This is not a wait and see thing. You just got it one go.
I see the web, hit it, and by the way, I don't know if I mentioned this. He does have Deadpool's utility belt. He also has a discarded Thor belt on under that, which gives him a ever so slight strength boost because Thor used to have a belt that boosted his strength in the comics, but Forgotten's just a normal guy, so it just makes him a kind of strong dude. This
is a good time. Sorry to cut you off, but I want to say this before I forget. This is a good time because we've been trying to highlight some of the rules since it's the first thing. One thing that's notable about character creation in this game, you are not limited to picking from certain power sets. You can pick whatever the hell powers you want and mix and match them. There are prerequisites for some, and you can get bonuses if you spec into certain themes or stick to thematic stuff. But that is very much what Panda's ethos was going into this. He just picked and chose from everything.
I did.
It's very fluid.
So I webbed it, and I'm immediately gonna try and pull whip the thing off of it to see if I can bring the case back. Before I try and okay. What do I need to roll for that?
I'm gonna have you do hold on. Anyway, I guess that would be an agility check because that would be a dexterity thing for 5e comparison. So if you're trying to whip it off, that'll be a dex check. Sorry, I told you I was gonna do that. Agility.
Let me check. Treat this character as one size bigger for lifting, carrying, swinging, and throwing things. They add a +1 melee damage multiplier. They also gain +1 to melee bonus checks other than attacks. Does this count?
I'm sorry. Read me that one more time. That was a lot of words.
I have mighty number 1, and that means that I'm scrolling back to the beginning of it. It means that treat the character as if they were one size bigger for lifting, carrying, swinging, and throwing things. They also add +1 to their melee damage multiplier, and they gain +1 bonus to melee checks other than attacks.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess...
I'm pulling. This is just me pulling a string.
Okay. You know what? Sure. I'll allow it.
So I get
I'll allow it. Because you are trying to rip a thing off with your web shooter.
Okay,
so
so that would be... I got a 13.
13 will be enough.
Okay.
So you... Now, notably, you're going to have to think very fast here, and I'm going to make you as a player think fast, because you have just whipped a glass display case off of a shelf.
I'm trying to pull it to me, so I'm trying to, like,
up.
pull it back to me so I can get it.
Okay, I'll say...
Agility
actually,
check?
no, we're going to have a billion check. Yeah, make another check to see if you catch it. This is such a convoluted play, and you're going to have to make so many checks, but yes.
And this is this a vigilance or an agility?
Agility.
Okay, I got a
This is
16.
You got it. Oh, you're fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you got
I
it.
went and pulled the glass case back to me, and I hand it to Mask, and then I turn back and pull out the Daredevil stick to try and shoot the string to grab it, so I can do the same thing again.
Okay.
Make
whatever power roll is necessary.
I wait for him to look back and then look away from it again, because I don't assume he's going to be looking too hard at the glass case.
Okay, smart. I was gonna have him do a thing, but since you specifically said you were waiting, I'll.
Okay.
Good job.
I handed the
You passed
glass
test
case
there.
to Mask. I pulled out the Daredevil stick. I aim it. What do I have to do for this? Is this another?
Is this a separate power that you're using?
Tech. I would assume that it would be treated a lot like web slinging, because I'm treating.
I was gonna say, unless this is a separate power that you have, which again I have your sheets, but I've skimmed them for time. If it's not a separate power, I'm fine with treating it as web shot again.
Okay.
It's functionally similar.
Which is agility check, melee check,
agility attack.
agility attack. All right, so +4. That's another 16. So I did hit it.
Go for it.
I'm gonna
You
hit
got it.
strength check again. See if I can pull it back.
This will be an easier one. This is lighter. It's the idol's not big.
And then I get +1. That's an 8 to pull it back.
An 8 to okay. Now this is a smaller item. Well, this was a strength check. Actually, you said you remember. This was your like strength pull back.
Yeah.
I actually thinking about it, I'm going to do a slight DM change ruling here because, again, still in the system. This is a very small thing. This is not big. I don't think you need to make a strength check to yank this back. You are still going to have to make an agility check to catch it.
All right,
but
doing it.
This is a very small item, so I'm actually
Brush your
going to...
fingers.
Agility check?
Yes.
That's a 17.
17 is going to be fine. You grab that thing.
I just pulled off the best fucking heist in this game. I web slung
got
a glass
rolls.
case off, and Daredevil pulled the mask back.
You got that crit for the not noticing, which was amazing. I am gonna make a roll to see if anybody notices this, but I'm gonna give them trouble on it because I dropped my dice.
Is wearing expression somewhere between terror and pogging, having witnessed that. Like,
you're good. The trouble actually saved you. No one noticed it. No one seems to notice this. It's also worth noting. Liability and Duskin, neither of you have seen this as well.
No.
You said you were in the front next to Strange, so
I get it.
Can I
take the
do
thing off.
something, though?
I just want to say, I take the thing off. I put it tuck it back into a pocket and go, all right, and turn out of the bazaar to wait for people to start like panicking that something got stolen.
You're leaving the room?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna cut over because Evan said he wanted to do something. We're gonna do that first,
Yeah.
and then we'll handle that.
Are you signaling us to go with you?
No.
no.
Did not
Oh.
sound like
You're
it.
not
No, I
shouting
don't
across
want-
the room.
I don't want you guys to be involved in this at the moment.
Okay, that's interesting.
All right. So, okay, you leave. Mask, are you going with him?
Mask again, just and follows him.
Okay, so we have split the party. We're gonna do the auction first. So basically, eventually, the auction proceeds. I'm not gonna say like underwhelmingly. It's a magical item auction. It's probably pretty interesting to watch. But eventually, you do get to item 8I, and Cullen Bloodstone at the top. He's gonna say what the items are at this point. He's gonna say what it is. So he says, "All right, now finally we have gotten to a very highly sought after item. I'm aware." He glances directly at Strange when he says that, and eyes flick over to you. He goes, "We have item 8I, something that I'm sure will fetch a hefty price. We have the ivory idol of Icon. This was not easy to get here, folks. Do bid high. Starting bid, will be generous. $100,000.
Matt, do you know that the illusions of Icon is a power in this game?
Yeah. Yeah. Icon's a thing. The ivory idol is rare, but Icon is a thing. A guy.
Icon is a guy, Matt says, about a character who has 4 appearances.
Look, Icon is mostly known. We'll talk about Icon. We'll talk about my references later.
I'm gonna kind of just like snarkily look at like Strange and go, "What's this? 500,000."
Strange does not respond, but he does seem surprised that you immediately bid that high. Now, a couple other people also continue bidding as this goes
bid
on.
All of our money immediately.
No, we got 2 mil. We got 2
No,
mil.
you have like 2 million. You have a ton of money. Yeah, you have 2 million from Agent Kane. So, the bidding continues. I'm assuming that you guys, are bidding consistently. Strange is also bidding consistently. Let's say it gets to 1.8 million. It gets to 1.8 million. And the bidding starts to slow down a little bit. Strange, though, bids 1.9.
1.9. 50.
Strange just death stares you.
050.
He just death stares you, and then there's like a snort from Cullen at the front. He laughs. And then Strange immediately bids 2.1 million.
2.2.
All right.
5 million.
Strange continues to look very
He doesn't know
angry.
how actions work.
He can. Here's the question. I'm gonna go ahead and say this for the sake of
the
time.
highest number. I win.
Strange's max bid is 3 million. Are you gonna keep talking, Liability, until it gets to that?
No, because I'm straight from. Stop.
It's a higher number. I've been paying attention. This is how you win the game.
No, I don't give a damn. I've been very cool with you. Just don't say anything else, please, for the love of Christ.
Okay, fine. We'll say not high numbers.
So okay.
I will buy you candy after this.
All right. So
I don't need sugar.
I bought a
Eventually-
really cool sword.
settling on, let's say, 2.5, doesn't really matter. Strange eventually does win the bid. And Cullen kind of nods, sort of like he was expecting this kind of thing. He goes, and our esteemed guest has won the bid, as I'm sure no one is surprised. Congratulations, Mr. Strange. To which Steven just nods and shuts up. And that was clearly the only thing that he was here for. However, at this point, Cullen is going to look over at the item that Strange just won that is no longer there. And at this point, I think we're going to cut over to the other 2 people in the group for now. So, you have left the building.
Yep.
Where are you going?
I'm backtracking the entire
Now-
bazaar. I am leaving.
Okay. I am going to need you to make a vigilance check for me. Mask, you can do this as well. Mask. That's hard to say. You know what I
I
meant.
did choose a very hard name to pronounce.
I thought it was very intentional, so I'm fine with it. You can both make vigilance checks for me.
I need everyone right now to fucking give me the Tinkerbell thing because I might get another perfect.
If we actually do get 3,
I didn't. Damn it. Nope.
I got it. 13. Oh no, 12.
11, 14. I got a 14.
14? Okay, so, now interestingly, this vigilance check was not actually for making your way out of the bazaar directly. As you start going through these alleyways, you notice the structure of the alleys, not the same as it was when you came.
Got it.
Notably not the
Gotcha.
same.
I don't assume this is going to work. I'm going to use the boots to try and get above the buildings. I'm assuming it's going to be one of those infinite stretch things where that doesn't work.
Well, let's see. This is going to be a narrator ruling, actually. How far up can you go?
I have flight 1, and it does not say how high up I go.
Well, do you have a distance? I mean, I would just distance, but vertical.
Oh, yeah, probably. Okay, in that case, I can go 5 spaces. So I think 25 feet. Oh, wait, no, 15. I can go 15. Outside of combat, I can go 15.
I don't know. Okay, so yeah, you go up pretty high. Now, for what it's worth, yeah, this is actually going to be good. Yes, when you go up, you see that the landscape is weird, it's twisty, it's confusing. There's sort of just an infinite stretch of strange alleyways. However, Masked Mass, when the Forgotten goes up, the area around you stabilizes.
It changed.
What?
It changed. It was weird before, and now it changed because
I have an idea. And I shoot down the rope from the Daredevil baton down to Mass. And I'm like, okay, this is gonna sound weird, but treat me like a balloon and leave the way we came in.
Panda, that's so smart, actually. That's so smart, actually. That's genius.
it's not the weirdest thing I've gotten from a county fair.
Yeah. So, with this stupid but genius strategy, I'll go ahead and say the Masked Mass is able to easily leave the way you came, as you can kind of parse out from the fact that this works. The illusions that are surrounding you, they don't affect because he's not within the range of the illusions. So yeah, he is able to take you out pretty effectively, and you start exiting the bazaar. Now, since that was a much cleaner solution than I was expecting to that little puzzle, let's cut back to the people in more trouble.
A flawless theft and escape.
Yeah.
This is
that was good rolls and good thinking, guys. Good job, Panda. That was great.
Hold on, you're not a good fucking thief at all. We're not gonna forget what happened almost a year ago.
No. Glib's a bad thief. This guy's
How are you? Hold on.
Okay.
How are you robbing an actual place that costs money and doing better than you did the free place?
We'll never let this go. For new people, this is a bit from a year ago in our regular campaign.
We robbed a free store and failed.
-1 intelligence character before. I'm a supervillain. I got powers here.
As someone who got on the edge of this, Glib is just dumb as fuck.
Glib
He
is
does not
dumb
make
as
good
shit.
choices.
Glib is dumb as fuck.
We can't spend time on inside jokes from another campaign. We got to keep going. There's so much left. Well, not that much, but anyway, cutting back to the auction house. So, the idol has been stolen, obviously, but you guys don't know that yet. So you just see Cullen kind of smugly, after announcing that Strange is the winner of this, looks back at the item, or the lack thereof, and suddenly, in a very different voice than he spoke in a moment ago, shouts to the people in the back near the door,
Lock down the building.
I don't think.
and for you two, just out of the blue. That's not strange. Strange, of course, immediately snaps up at this, and because he's smart, looks around, also sees that the idol is missing. How are you guys reacting to this?
Oh, shit!
I don't even know what liability would do in this situation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna disguise myself once again back as Rob Portman,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go because my voice is also getting strained and I can't be doing that.
I feel that. I've done Venom voices for things before. I'm about to have to start doing it if you guys keep talking.
And I'm gonna look at liability and go, okay, liability. Now we're gonna group up with the rest of them and we're gonna find out what the fuck is going on. Okay, buddy?
Okay.
All
Bye,
right.
fancy man.
Okay.
At this point, Strange is going to make a vigilance check to see if he notices that the conspicuous guys you were talking about earlier have left.
Please be bad.
Please be back.
It's not. Strange whips around, looks at this, and then immediately turns to, I think you, Evan. Not the child, or at least he sees as a child.
Does he know who I am? Because I just disguised
sitting
myself.
right next to
I mean, yeah, you explicitly said many times that you were basically sitting as uncomfortably close to him as you could. I think he noticed.
But he had the cloak like that.
He's standing up now. Anyway, he does see. He immediately turns.
You're still wearing the same shit. There's one motherfucker in this crazy helmet. Oh my
God.
Who the hell else?
Also, someone in chat, I want to point this out. Someone in chat said, I vote that Jay gets a free floating edge to use. Remember, you guys have karma points. We have not brought that up for the audience, but remember, you do have those.
I'd
we'll go over the rules if you decide to
I
use them.
feel like he should get a karma point. That was a really fucking elegant
That
solution.
You know what? Actually, yes. I kind of... You can have an extra karma point for
Thank
that.
you.
For those who don't, I'll talk about what the rule is now. Karma points are a thing that this game has. You start off with an amount of points equal to your rank. For these, the characters are rank 2. They refresh daily. You can spend them to recover health or focus, which is like a spell resource, or you can spend them to get edge on any rolls. And you get them from basically doing cool shit. And because that balloon thing was clever, you can get a karma point.
Weirdly enough, it's kind of like a monetized rule of cool. Like, you can rule cool. An
not
exact
even
number
kind of
of
like. That's a
times.
great description of it. That's a great description of it, actually. Yeah, that's a good. I'm going to use that when I'm talking about this game later. Anyway, so yeah, you have that. Strange immediately sees that this thing is gone. He sees that the people who were also trying to bid on it, half of them have left. No one else has left. They're the only ones that have left. He immediately turns around to you in your human form and goes, "And your friends went where?"
Probably to the guy we told you about.
Shut the fuck up for 2 seconds. I thought it would be fun to go with the little guy, but now I'm kind of hating it.
Again, I would have.
Okay.
Liability.
Yeah.
He is. Yeah.
Lyle.
Strange.
Lyle. Shush, please, for the love of God.
Strange sighs again, and then just goes, "All right, take me to him then."
Awesome.
I
Can
really
you get us
thought
out
this
of
was
here?
going to be an easy job. Huh? Presumably, yes. Where do you need to go?
There. Can I whisper a little something?
Are you asking Strange that?
Yeah.
Like, Strange waits for a solid, few seconds to see if you're serious, and then, leans in. This is so Donny Kate Strange coded. This
Hey,
is
Dr. Stephen Strange, member of the Illuminati. Can I ask you a little something?
Just
This
blank
is-
face panel, blank panel, lean in.
exactly. This is a niche thing that no one's gonna get. I was intending to play Strange as current comic Strange, where he's a little bit more refined. This became Donny Cates era Doctor Strange so fast, and it's so funny
Is
for
this
that.
cool,
Anyway.
cool mustache bros, cool beard bros moment?
This is Strange working at a veterinarian shop and very tired
I'm
of
whispering
things.
to a lover right now is how I'm feeling about this.
That's not how he's feeling
Ron.
about it, just for the
Oh
record.
no, not at all. He is not feeling this,
Okay,
but I'm like,
he-
I'm talking to a superhero.
He leans in.
That's right. Okay, so I think they already. The Forgotten is a master thief. He's very well known. He's very good. He was a corrupt cop for a while, and then the Mask is a hell demon spawn that is also a luchador, and they probably beat the shit out of some people on the way out, and they probably hit them like hitmen. They're so cool.
Not a single part of
actually,
this is
really
true.
quick. First off, Strange is interrupting as you see he. One moment, if we could get to the point quickly, you see him start to do some weird hand motions and casts a dome around you both as like the villainous attendees of this auction start trying to break in, naturally assuming Strange was the one who took this. Yeah. So like as you're ranting about nothing, he's like actively casting protection spells trying to keep you guys okay.
Yeah, liability is
This is like my chameleon with me.
Yeah.
This is like my chameleon with me. I rip open my suit and tie.
Please,
and you see the chameleon
stick to
just
the
going
point.
around in circles.
This is like it's always
Single
sunny. meets
thing
Marvel.
Dusk said.
This is like it's always sunny.
I'm like pink at this point. I'm so goddamn happy.
Oh my god. Not
I'm like,
one
okay,
thing.
so they're
Strange is having the
probably-
worst
they're
day, and
probably
you guys are
already left the
loving
building
this.
and are heading for the exit.
The exit of the bazaar, or
Oh, the bazaar, most likely. You know, through the really weird, creepy alleyway.
how about this? Tell me where the person who sent you on this mission is, and I will attempt to take you there directly.
Oh, and the big glass place.
Oh, yeah, that. They had us blindfolded a majority of the time. So I say we do a little team up. We do a little team up. Anyways,
I would like nothing less.
Okay, awesome. Love that.
Great.
Okay, so what I feel is you take us to them, and then you follow us in whatever they pick us up in, and then boom, bang, pow, we can figure this all out.
Excellent. That is the exact plan I was going to propose. However, when I asked where we were going, you said the glass place.
Yes.
Have you heard of Dare?
No, because hold on.
The anti-drug movement?
I don't know. Maybe. Well, whoever that
No. DARE seems to be a very excruciating group. They stand for Department of Artifact Recovery and Extraction. They're like the
That
British
is not
History
real.
Museum.
Did you believe someone who told you this?
Oh, absolutely. They had suits and ties.
Yeah, and shiny badge thing.
So do you.
I know, but they had coffee
These
machines.
are fake.
That is
Mine
actually
is not
technically
fake.
true.
It's a
not
part
real.
of me.
So
I want to point out that the whole time
Regardless
this
of
argument
this
is happening, we're getting away.
Yeah, I was gonna. Whenever
You're
we're
gone.
talking about
Yes,
the
yes,
sketch,
two of you are
probably-
successful.
I wanted
For you.
like a hard cut to like cowering rat with like a rat went down to the fair today carrying contraband.
yes, that happens.
No, it's
Perfect.
Rat.
That happens.
It's Rat and Forgotten sitting at like a cafe, just having lunch, and Rat is dying, and Forgotten's just like, "This is what perfect."
You guys go back to the rat stand. Mask grabs one and chunks it up to Forgotten on the balloon string.
And then we just leave, just going.
Okay.
For all we know, they might have already left. So what we should
Yeah,
do
you have
is...
no idea.
So what we can do is we can teleport straight to them, and I have this walkie-talkie, and I will call them, and then you come out and be like, bada boom shebang. But let me get my money first.
Okay, that's excellent. You keep saying teleport right to them, and you don't tell me where them is.
The class
Somewhere.
Dare place, man. Come on.
I don't know what this means.
It's like a
Okay, just teleport to the exit of the bazaar.
That is a coordinate I can work with. And he does another series of hand motions, and I'm gonna say we'll do the flavor for this. He opens up, the classic sling ring portal below you, sinking, through the floor of this under the dome. He, of course, floats normally to the ground using the cloak of levitation. You two just
plummet,
crash to the street outside.
I kind of like, I'm still jello-y, and I think people forget that. So I'm like cartoonishly like stuck, and I'm pulling myself up and
Liability just bounces back up.
There is clearly gravel in my uncanny valley face made of jello.
You know when they drop those stress toys from like 30-story buildings to see what happens when they hit the floor? That's what Dusk looks like when he gets up.
Duskin.
Duskin looks like when he gets up.
So, for the sake of plot convenience, I'll go ahead and say it's for the sake of plot convenience. This is a comic book. I'm allowed to do that. At around the same time, actually, I will say you guys probably escape. Well, you guys have to go through the whole bazaar, and they had a conversation with Strange and then teleported out. So I actually think you guys get to the entrance of the bazaar first, ironically, and then a moment later,
the balloon comes out.
A moment later, the masked mass pulling a balloon forgotten, kind of like jogs out of the alleyway and sees you three, and of course, notably, Strange standing there with his arms crossed.
Hi, friends!
He came with us!
I didn't take the cookies. I didn't even know there was a jar in the first place.
What has happened since you've left?
Rat, calm down. Deep breaths.
I'm very confused why we stopped.
Yeah.
Look down!
It is, of course, very hard for you to see what's going down on the ground as well. You see, like, a kaleidoscope of, like, several Stranges.
What the fuck?
I think it's time to give up the ghost. And he starts, like, pulling down the string to bring you down.
What the? No! Hey! Don't do it!
Honesty is the best policy when caught by your god.
As this happens,
It's
the illusions...
raining.
The illusions start to get dragged down with you, at which point Strange clearly recognizes what's going on, and you see him cast another spell, and the illusions stabilize a bit. You can see things are still a little bit tilted, a little uncanny, but he pauses the effects of the idol for a moment, and then you get dragged back down to the ground.
Okay, I reel back in the rope and put the thing back in. In my defense, I got nothing. This is just... Sorry.
You're such a good thief.
Hey, did you really, like, beat up and kill a bunch of people on your way out?
What?
Yeah, that's what we're expecting. You're like,
Yeah,
you're like the
he
forgotten
was like,
dude.
oh, this guy's, like, evil.
Don't worry. I don't think they can hold anything. You're from a different country?
No, everything you just said is wrong. Literally everything. One, I'm a superhero. I am not a supervillain. Two, I didn't hurt anybody at all on the way out. You can talk to the muscle man back there. And three, I'm from a different state, man. Do you not know what Ohio is?
Strange, for the record, is just standing there, arms crossed, listening to this conversation play out.
When he says, do you not know what Ohio is? I want Liability to lean in to Dusk and just like, I don't know what Ohio is.
Listen, if we make you a citizen of Louisiana, they probably won't be able to sue you. Different laws. Louisiana is held by French
turn
law.
away.
Yeah,
I
it's the
turn
whole
away
little
from
different
Dustin
than
to
law
Doctor
standards.
Strange, and I hold the hand that has a web shooter on it out to him and go, hello, Mr. Stephen Strange, Doctor Strange.
This is the corrupt cop thief.
I'm not.
He shakes your hand just like once, like he grabs your hand, shakes it, goes, hi, the idol, please.
We can't do that yet. I have to call Dare. So can you hide?
No, yeah, I can't do that. Strange, I'm sorry. That's not. I can't.
Here. Can I give him like a small chunk of my symbiote and give it to him, and he'd be like, track this, and when we call them, you can like pop up.
Is that how symbiotes work?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that I
How's he gonna
actually
track
think
you?
from Okay, well, no, like life force stuff. That's something Strange can do.
Yeah.
Track the life force signature with the symbiote.
Yeah, why not?
Bit. That's like the most classic way to track people with psychic powers. Like, here's something connected to your life force. We can match that signature. I'll allow it. That's very comic booky.
The Bloodhound theorem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Strange actually, seeming to accept that option, kind of wordlessly takes the blob, and then just has it sort of like hovering in his hand. You see it glow a little bit.
It's kind of like a happy-go-lucky little version of me, and he's just like,
Just a little blob. He's just a little dude. Just a
Fine.
little squish.
How far away is this dare person exactly?
Truck. They're in a truck.
The
they
truck
drive
is
there.
visible down the street, by the way. It is
Oh, it's
still
there. Oh, we're gonna go. Oh,
It is still, since no one mentioned
no,
it, it's still there.
Don't go yet. Don't go yet. I'm technically the leader. So let me call with the walkie. So I'm like, hello?
The Agent Kane answers, yes, did you complete the mission?
Yes, Kane. Can you come pick us up, please?
We're still at the location that you exited from. You can just come meet us there.
Can you just come pick us up, please?
You hear a sigh, and then from down the street, you hear the truck start. And like the panel sequence, you see it just like there's like 3 panels of everyone, including Strange, just awkwardly standing there as the moving truck slowly approaches.
It's like 10 feet away. It takes 5 minutes to get started.
I go back into the thing, and I'm like, thank you for doing that. We had a very long, trifling walk, and I'm now going to conclude these gentlemen as my clients. So we're going to keep them like very well situated.
Just bring me the goddamn artifact.
Roger, Roger.
And are you guys going to do that, I assume?
yeah.
Or do we just get in the back? He's
Just
like
get-
he has the window down. I'm assuming he can see me face to face, but I'm still using the walkie-talkie.
Oh, that's actually notable. He is not in the driver's seat of the car.
Oh damn!
The
it.
car just moved. He's not in the driver's seat. There's no one. In the
I also
driver's
thought
seat,
he was just
actually.
right there. That's so.
No, that's on. I should have been more clear.
We
There's
got
no one in the
out of
driver's
a
seat.
moving truck like weirdly big space. There's something fucking up with this truck.
Yeah.
It's
All
not
right, we're
shocking
coming
there's
in.
not a driver.
All right. So, are all of you going in here except for Strange? Strange is still waiting
Yes.
outside. But yeah. All right. So you guys all go into the back of the truck, and as if there's some sort of magical portal thing going on, you enter, and you are back in the presumably headquarters of Dare, the oblong glass room. With people rushing around outside, and then sitting in a chair is the very exasperated-looking Agent Kane, who just kind of holds out a hand, goes, "Have it."
Hey, are you a drug thing?
No. Is
Rex,
it the name that there was some? I was informed too late, but never mind.
Rex, before we come to your part of the deal, I think it's only fair that you give us our part of the deal. I don't know what you agreed with my clients, but I would appreciate if our handoff started with first, along with my check.
You see him reach out to the side of this room, tap a few things on the glass wall. A screen pops up, and you see things that appear to be files on you, records, things get deleted, cleared. Presumably him keeping his promise.
Awesome. And I grab my phone, and I'm like, I open up my bank account, and I'm like,
Because yes, well, I'll have to have someone else do a transfer, but he knocks on the
Takes
wall.
2 to 3
He knocks on
business
the
days,
wall, and someone else comes up to the wall to see what's up, and he points at you and the phone and the bank account, and the person nods and rushes off.
okay, we're gonna wait till that transfers. Is that gonna be a 2 to 3 days?
Give me
thing?
the goddamn thing.
It will. Hold on. Is it instant or is it 2 to 3 days?
It's instant, but they have to go to the terminal. You're gonna have to process it through our normal processing channels.
Dusk, dude.
Yeah,
I think you should probably give him the case of money back. I don't think he's gonna want us to have that.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. We didn't pay for it.
What?
Yeah, it just kind of came along.
Well, that's why we had the Forgotten. He's so good at it.
Yeah. Forgotten's a thief, remember?
I'm not a thief.
Wow. He's like
I don't care what method you use. Can I just please, for the love of God?
Cool. And then is there some way I can commence Strange forward?
The door is closed behind you. If you look back and see, the door is closed. So there's just glass wall.
So there's, okay.
In fact, actually, yes, there is glass wall behind you. There is no door.
Cool. Langley, that is all you.
Yeah. Sure. Remember when I said I tucked it into a pocket?
In
the belt. Yeah. So
You could have used the Thor belt.
I could have used the Thor belt, yes, but it doesn't have pockets, you see, and it would be incredibly unfortunate if it fell from, like, I think I was like 60 feet up, so I didn't want to break it before we got here. However, we now have a secondary problem that it is technically in hammer space, so I don't want to be a bother there, but
Could I
Womp womp.
help retrieve? I feel I've done very little. I was literally the errand boy for your balloon.
You're gonna, if you have a way to get it. I mean, this is on you now.
I'm like, it's in the back one. I don't.
Mass is going to open the pocket and reach a hand in to see what he can rummage around for, I guess.
I mean, I wasn't expecting this. There's not hammer space rules in this. You know what? Hammer space generally gives you the thing that you want.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that you can get the thing.
He just didn't want to go
get
in the
the item.
belt pocket himself. He wanted Mass to do it.
You get the idol.
Here's the thing. Canonically, he's had extreme trouble getting the thing he wants out of these pockets because
Yes.
it's all what would be comedic in the situation. It's Deadpool's belt. And so
Yeah.
for him, he's had a lot of trouble with this. So he's like, I don't know, man.
You pull out some random crap and that gets scattered all over the floor, and then you can get the other item.
Oh, it's so many decks of playing cards. Oh, I'm so clumsy. Oh. Here it is.
And are you handing it to Agent Kane?
Yes, I'm handing it to Agent Kane. My liege.
All right, you hand it to Agent Kane. Agent Kane takes it with a smile and vanishes.
Oh.
What happens next is after he vanishes, the room around you also vanishes. And what you see instead is that you are not actually in a small glass room in a larger headquarters. You are in what is probably the back of an actual moving truck with screens all over it.
It's just practical effects.
I knew that fucking thing looked fake. God damn it. I said, what did I fucking do? The first thing I asked was for a badge. This is bullshit.
That's pretty rad. Was that Mysterio? That seems like
No,
one of his
that's
little,
no.
it seems like one of his little parlor tricks.
Mysterio's got to be
That's,
one of Panthers like idols.
Yeah.
At this point, actually, you
I've
hear
defended him a couple
some
times.
level of commotion from outside the truck. The door is back. It's a truck.
Yeah.
The Mass
are
is
you
the
leaving the truck?
fastest ticking clock in the workshop, but he knows when he's been swindled and good. That gets his gander up, and he punches the door out.
You punch the door out to see, looking around, the landscape of this Greenwich Village street that you are on is immediately twisting chaotically. All sorts of weird sort of mirror dimension nonsense is going on out there. Strange is at the moment nowhere to be seen. And you hear laughter. Maniacal laughter from above the
Can
truck.
you just give this thing to Mephisto? This is unfortunate.
Nah, Mephisto's probably in here.
If you step outside of the truck, if you step outside of the truck,
We'll put Mephisto in the jar.
you look up to see motherfucking Mysterio.
Oh, God!
I knew it!
Anyway, I'm just gonna sit up really quick so everyone can see the t-shirt I've been wearing this entire
Whole
time.
fucking time!
Oh my god.
At this point, I'm also going to note one more thing. Remember really casually at the beginning of this, I said you were in a moving truck, and I made up with it. I was like, oh yeah, it's a football player, and it says quarterback moving. Quarterback.
Yeah,
Quentin Beck.
Quentin Beck.
Yeah.
God
Okay.
damn it! I knew that was important. Son of a
Whoever in this group was like, it's not Mysterio.
Of course it was.
Of course it was.
You're getting an illusion magic item. You were going, yeah, Mysterio
it's
tricked you all
also
into getting
Matt.
a magical illusion item.
Matt running a Marvel campaign. We should have thought of it.
We'll do another thing, but there's also one more little bit. This was a very deep cut, so I didn't expect anyone was going to find this little hint. But one other fun one that I did, the agent's name, the agent that was definitely Mysterio in disguise, was Rex Kane. Rex is a name traditionally associated with dogs. Kane is also a mispronunciation, intentional, of the Italian word for dog. So his name is Double Dog Agent of Dare.
Oh my god!
Fake agent's name is Double Dog Dare of Quentin Beck Movers. I did stupid stuff this
The
episode,
reason this
guys.
didn't work, the reason I never picked up on this, is I fully expected Dare was real. I was like, yeah.
I made that one up.
I
I made it. It's the
Milk is
drug
real.
thing.
Why
I
would
totally
Dare
made
be
it up.
Straight up, I have a level of experience in this is that anyone could say anything with enough confidence, and I'll be like, yeah, that's
Oh,
a
I knew
Marvel
that.
thing. I just didn't
That
know.
makes
I knew that.
My genuine
I knew
thought
that.
was, I was
I
like, that
feel like
kind of
you
goes
put-
over damage control, but it's like Marvel. They probably have two.
I didn't think
And
that
then
Dare
I
was
know-
real,
I made
but
it
I
up.
thought you were intentionally making up like a fake acronym thing because Marvel has 1,000. So I thought.
No, yeah, I knew it was believable, so I ran with it. There was
I
other
feel like you
foreshadowing
put
too.
full
The
pussy
money, not
into
real.
the
Oh
puns,
my God.
into the puns and the puzzles.
His
Anyway,
whole
anyway.
what? Sorry.
His whole pussy.
Oh, I thought you said. Okay, pussy's different.
We're never gonna get contacted by Marvel again. Anyway,
The dev is gone.
at this
The
point,
dev is fucking
Mysterio.
left building.
The dev is gone. I'm so sorry for what we're doing in your game. Mysterio, however, is holding this idol above his head. The area around is twisting and warping, laughing maniacally. What are you guys doing? Again, strange is nowhere to be seen.
The
have a
only
very
Mysterio
silly-
I respect is
I have a
Ray,
very-
and you just tricked me.
I have a very, very silly thing to try and do. People.
Mhm.
Wait,
Can
before
I-
anyone
can I-
does anything
can I-
consciously.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah,
Everyone's talking over each other.
Michael
Hold on.
first.
One thing at a time
go
here.
for it.
Yeah, because I punched out the door. I was the first out of the truck, and Mass
Yes, that is true.
Mass is fucking pissed and not thinking very well. So he said, "The only Mysterio I respect is Ray Jr., and you just tricked me." And he's going to pick up the truck, empty anyone who's still inside it, and throw it at Mysterio.
Roll initiative. Mysterio boss fight time.
How do we even roll initiative?
Yes, so this is combat stuff. So we're gonna take a second to get this set up. Now I've given you all the roll 20, correct? I've given you all the roll 20 that we're gonna be
Yes.
using for this. All right, perfect. Let me pull it up so that the viewers can see. I will let you guys in chat know. There might be a little lag spike here. The audio should be fine, but I'm changing my setup to get roll 20, so sometimes that lags the stream. It should stabilize in a bit. But just so you guys know what we're dealing with. Okay, that is the DM side. Yeah, you guys can see the DM side.
I have a
I do
a
not have
great
the
sheet.
roll 20. Oh, you sent it
I put
earlier.
it in
Yep,
the
okay,
in
got
the
it.
yes, yeah. I no, I sent it a while ago. Okay, let's see.
Oh god.
Get the battle. Oh, everyone's cameras are going to be so poorly sized. Let me fix those really quick. We still have the art of the Forgotten up there. Let me get rid of that. Get the camera set up, and then we will do the boss fight. Now, this is going to be really interesting because this is the first combat that we've done of this system. Now, the combat, I'll start kind of talking about my thoughts on my initial thoughts on the combat as I set this up, so that it's not just dead air. The combat in this game is very similar to D&D 5e. In that there are, there's initiative order, people act in that. There are movement actions, standard actions, reactions, but there are powers instead of spells and abilities. That's the main thing. That's a good summary of it. Amy just did a good point. Do you want to do a bathroom break before you go into combat? Yes. Now I'll go ahead and say this is pretty much at I don't want to say this is at the end, but like this is the final boss of the session. Once I get the battle map set up, we will take a quick bathroom break and then finish this up.
I do have a very specific joke that I wanted to make for anybody who had seen the Forgotten's artwork. He's got a white holster strapped to the side of him. That is because he just stole a gun from the Punisher. He doesn't know if it's special in any variety, but it might just be a gun. It might just be a Glock that he brought to a fight with Mysterio.
I'm gonna ask: is the Forgotten, especially from Ohio, is the Forgotten trained in gun safety?
No.
Okay,
He
good
failed
to know.
I
his
would not
entry
imagine
exam
this,
to be
yes.
a cop in the Marvel universe where cops get killed every other day. He
Wow.
he is really bad at this.
Why did that not... Hold on. This Roll20 did not update as I wanted it to, and I'm not sure
Yeah, I was about
why.
to say it's just a white
I
sheet.
can see a street.
Yeah, it's updated. It should have updated for you guys. It's just not updating for the chat, and I do not, or the stream itself, and I have no idea why. Let me see if I selected the wrong thing. Absolute worst case, we can theater of mind this. That should be fine, but I'm annoyed that it's not working. Oh, I think I grabbed the wrong. There we go. There we go. Now it's sized very wrong, but
Where's neutral power?
I have set this up
Forgotten wields
correctly.
A gun.
All right, perfect. There we go. Now we have the interface up. So, Mysterio is here. I'm going to get you guys' tokens up when we return from the bathroom break in just a moment. So, we will be back in just a couple minutes for the final boss fight of the Marvel Multiverse RPG preview. Thank you all for those who are still here. I hope you are enjoying. We will return in just a moment with even more chaos. And we are back, ready for the boss fight. Now, I'm gonna say again before we get back into like the actual game itself, I'm gonna remind everybody of something that I said right at the beginning, which is, just to be clear, this is the first time that we have gotten our hands on this system. We got this yesterday and are learning it with you guys. This is the first time we have done combat in this system as well. So some of this combat process might be a little bit slower paced than you guys are used to from the show because, like I said, we are learning the system with you guys, but we've got some time, so we're going to try to make it fun. We got lots of wild things to go, but just a little disclaimer there. And we'll try to explain the rules as we go, too. Also, I'm just going to note that for you guys. If you guys have, like, a weird power, please do explain it so that, you know, the audience, because it's a playtest kind of, or not playtest, but like a preview kind of thing. But I am going to have you guys go ahead and start by rolling initiative. Now, like I said, you know, before we went into the bathroom break, initiative in this game system does work a little bit differently than it does in 5e. I'm sorry, I just messed up the... There we go. Initiative in the system works a little bit differently than it does in 5e. It is a vigilance check, not a dexterity check. It does not go off vigilance, not agility. So it goes off like battlefield awareness or things like that. However, since Masked Mass is going to be throwing the truck at Mysterio to start off, I believe he is going to act in a round before. I'm going to double check the rules on that for combat as you guys are rolling initiative, but go ahead and roll me that vigilance check as we are starting, and I will check the surprise round rules as we go.
I rolled a 7.
I got a 50.
A 7. I should be writing this down. Where's my notebook? There we go. Evan got a 7. Perfect.
Aha, that's right.
7. What other ones did I
I
hear?
got a 15.
Akil at 15.
I got a
Evan, right?
10. Evan, what are you doing?
Evan, what is that?
Wig.
What?
Why?
Wig?
I'm not even...
It's not a wig.
It's for wigs.
Oh, it's a wig
It's
cap.
it's a wig cap.
It's not for your whole
Okay,
face.
Do you have wigs?
Do you roll one d6 here, or do you do the normal 3?
It is, to my understanding, a basic vigilance check. I'm going to check that right now. Yes. At the start of combat, each combatant makes an initiative check by rolling d616 and adding their initiative modifier, which is vigilance.
Which is vigilance. Okay, so I got a 19.
A 19, dang. All right, cool. All right, sweet. 19. So you're definitely going first, of course, other than surprise round. Did anyone crit on that? Critting
No.
does... I assume you probably would have told me if that, but I just wanted to double check.
If we
No
got
one crit on
another
that. All right.
crit, I swear to God.
Okay, so the last thing that matters here is a surprise round. Okay, so the way surprise works, characters who are surprised by their opponents, I'm going to count Mysterio as surprised since I, as the narrator, was not expecting a truck to be chunked as the first round of combat. Mysterio is going to be surprised, so he has trouble on his initiative check. Got it. He also cannot act in the bonus round, which does not matter for this purpose because that is a crit thing. Actually, still got decently all right. So that is going to be a plus his modifier, which according to Mysterio's official character sheet that I do have is that. Okay, so he did actually he got really bad. So he got just below Mike, so that is actually perfect. Mike, you're going to get to do your thing first. Let me put you guys onto the battle map, and then we can go ahead and get started. Now, as I do that, let me go ahead and ask, Mike, is this this truck throwing thing, is this a power that you are using? Because I'm not sure of all the attack options that exist. So what are you using to do this? In a sense?
It is technically not a power, no. Which I do realize I probably should have done an actual combat thing for our first round of combat, but yeah.
I'll allow the flavor. Evan, I'm making you orange on the
Cool.
map. Because I don't have a rainbow one.
Because because I am super strong and large. So, is there like a basic attack that I could throw?
I
Just
think
like a melee
throwing
attack?
a thing is
Throwing is something.
throw
yes.
is definitely something in this game. I know because like fastball special is a thing
Yes.
you can do. And if you can fastball
Right.
special, you can 100%.
If you can throw a man, you can throw a truck.
normal things. Yes, exactly that. Like I said, chat, this is very much one of those things where it's like we're going to try to streamline this as much as possible, but we are learning the system right along with you. So, bear with us.
Fastball special is why my character is small. I saw that was an
Everyone should
option,
now.
and I was like, there we go.
I'm going to move Mysterio back like here because you guys came out of the truck. The truck is actually not on this map, but we're going to see
Is Doctor Strange fighting alongside us?
Doctor Strange is not anywhere to be seen at the
Doctor
moment.
Strange
So where
is
he
dead.
is exactly
We
is-
killed him.
Doctor Strange has been killed by
The
Mysterio.
Marvel universe will never be the same.
Never
And that's
been
canon. Everything I say in this one shot is canon to the main Marvel Universe 616. Doctor Strange
This
is
is an
Doctor Strange
official
dead.
Marvel stream, and we are saying Strange has died again this year, as he did last year.
He no longer has
Death
the
of Doctor
magic in
Strange
him.
again.
Death of Doctor Strange 2.
Again.
Nothing returns.
Deaths of Doctor Strange.
Hey, Wolverine
Doctor
had
Anyway,
Strange
dead
can't
death.
keep
dies
making
till
these
Death
jokes.
Do Us Part 2.
We can't keep making these jokes. Mike, did you find throwing rules? I can consult my rules doc
Yeah,
as well.
let me look for
And
it.
if you did not find them, I'll see what I can find.
What page can I jump to?
What's going on the Twitch?
This stream.
No, I know. I'm reading the comments.
Mostly Marvel Multiverse RPG, and a lot of yelling as it stands. Okay, taking a turn, holding a turn, no action required actions. Attack, grab is a thing. Help, move, use a power. Gliding, swing,
Fastball
gliding.
special is a reaction, apparently.
It is. It's a reaction.
Yes,
we can
fastball
do it
special is a
whenever.
reaction, which
That's
is
It's so
insane.
great. Matt sent me this document. I looked at it and I immediately texted Panda asking him how big of a character he was playing.
Yep, that was the first thing I got. That was the second I knew he was making his character. I'm like, oh, he's asking if he can throw my ass. Okay, let's see.
Improvised weapons. Improvised weapons. I found the throwing rules. When making an attack with an improvised weapon, the ranges for throwing something, according to the object's relative size, are listed on the size table, blah, 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 blah. We're going to say that this is probably, 24 feet. Huge. The example is truck. Perfect.
Excellent.
So,
The best thing to throw.
They know what you want to do with a super strong character.
you are big, so because you have big and strength, I do believe that this is within your throwing range. When making an attack with an improvised weapon, it inflicts the attacker's full damage. So it's just max damage.
What?
I guess.
Okay.
You one-shot the
Let
spirit
me
with
read
the
this.
truck.
Let me read this again to be 100% sure that we're right here. When making an attack with an improvised weapon, either in close or range combat, it inflicts the attacker's full damage on the target.
But wait, isn't that like 5
It,
or something?
No, because
I don't know what attacker's full damage
if
means.
that means
I'm not gonna lie.
max
I don't know
possible
what
damage,
that means.
then that would assume I rolled a 6 on the hit die, right?
That's
Maybe-
insane.
maybe-
A truck isn't that.
Is
Maybe
it-
because you still have to do an attack roll.
Is it-
Maybe it's just. What is?
I guess I
full
need to-
Let me go to the damage section.
Maybe you
and
need
see
to
if I
make an
can find-
attack, have it succeed, and if it succeeds, it does full damage.
Yes, you do. Yes, I should be clear about that. You do still have to make an attack roll.
Is it your melee?
No. It's a,
doesn't
he's
say.
trucking something.
Well, I'm guessing.
Well, melee is essentially strength.
Yeah.
It's all breaking down.
I did
I'll
read
make
through
the
this,
attack
but
roll
there's
to
just
see
so
if
many
we
nuances.
Is
even
the
have to worry
dev in
about
the
it.
chat?
Go ahead and make the attack roll for
Does
me.
anyone have eyes on the dev?
I don't.
My my outer dice were a 3 and a 4. My middle dice was a 6.
Okay. So just total that up
13.
as I look for this damage thing. 13. Okay. Let me check this combat. I lost my freaking rules doc. I am viewing this on my phone for PDF purposes, so I don't bog down my computer with the 300-page document for anyone who's curious why I'm staring down. Okay, let's see. There are 2 different kinds of attack. Okay, for close target's reach. It's so funny that we started off with apparently one of the most complicated.
I'm sorry, I just
different
wanted
ways
to throw
No, not
Hey,
your fault.
To
Not
his
your
credit,
fault. Okay.
throwing a truck should not be the most complicated move.
Yeah.
I'm noting something interesting here. Where's the target number
Oh, the end of the book.
for what do you have to roll to hit? I somehow missed. I guess I just assumed.
That's a good question. Maybe
I'm not sure. Does anyone remember looking through this on the
I'll be honest, I skipped the combat section because I figured we'd go over it in this. So,
like
I'm trying my best here.
no fault to you, man.
Thank you for the person in chat who just said bits, by the way, or sent bits, by the way. I do
Thank
appreciate
you, Cree Game, for the bits.
Ability defenses. Ability defenses determine the target number that someone attacking the character with that ability must meet or beat. Found it. We're good. Like I said, new system. We're learning a lot of stuff.
First
as we go.
time ever
So
played, people.
Defense score.
Yeah.
It's called defense score. I just get okay. It's a different thing for each stat. That's what was throwing me off. It's just a bunch of okay. Got it. So you said you got a 13.
yeah.
That 100% hits.
Let's go.
That 100%
Hell
hits.
yes.
So, with that in mind, we then need to. I mean, it says inflicts full damage,
Yeah. So
which in
I know it's not technically melee combat, but I would assume it's melee damage, which my multipliers are all the same anyway. It just changes based on ability. For what I would add.
Okay. Wait, damage multiplier +2. Also, okay. I'm sorry this is such a complicated thing, but here's another thing. Trucks technically cannot be thrown. They are too big to be thrown, but you can use them for melee. So, what I would say to do for the sake of this is you just like walk forward, pick up the truck, and smack him. He's within melee
Like
range
a
of the truck.
fucking
That's going to
fly.
be big enough range.
Fair enough.
Beat his ass down.
Now, if you're hitting somebody with a truck, you get a +2 to your attack modifier. That does not matter. You hit anyway. It says you also have a +2 to your damage modifier, which damage modifiers do not stack though. Boy.
So that would probably
There
just be
is-
so my melee stat +7. So would I just add +2 to that to make it +9?
So this is a damage modifier that does not stack with other sources of damage modification. So I'm assuming that this does not matter for you because you have at least one more +2. This is confusing. When making an attack with an improvised weapon in either close or range combat, it inflicts the attacker's full damage. So I guess you just do max damage.
Okay, then. Well, I rolled it works out that way anyway, because I rolled a 6 on the damage die, so... And then
All right,
my damage multiplier is 2, and I add +7 because of my ability, which brings us to 19 damage.
Okay, 19 damage. That's actually more reasonable than I thought it was going to be at this rank, so okay. That's not horrible. So, the masked mass steps out of this truck, turns around, grabs it, and just power slams it upward into Mysterio, sending him flying backwards a little bit. We're going to say he's still in the same place on the map. You guys, by the way, can move your characters a foot or two, or a space or two if you would like. I just put them on here to give you guys control. You can move yourselves around the battlefield to start a little bit.
Which one am I?
They correspond to the colors on the Twitch screen, so you're yellow.
I'm yellow? Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, your character is literally yellow. Did you think I was going to make you a different color?
I don't know what goes into this. I don't know how the sausage gets made. I just do it.
I don't know how this gets made.
Now we're going to, technically on initiative, with the way this worked, I'm going to say for the sake of this being simplified, and that makes a lot of sense, we're going to have Mike have gone on the bonus round there. So now we begin on initiative order. So in that case, it would go to... Panda at a 19. Think of that as the surprise round, the bonus round, whatever you want to call it. That was Mass starting this fight by smacking the heck out of Mysterio at the top of the truck. And now it goes back around to the Forgotten.
Okay. And how far away is he?
He got knocked to the ground, I'm going to say, because he got hit with a truck. So it's just like D&D. Each space is 5 feet. Now, this map does not have a grid on it because we're using Roll20. But I was about to say, it's got the ruler built in.
So 2 spaces is within 10 feet.
Someone in chat said resilience score x25 equals health. I believe it's resilience score times 30. So it is a little bigger than 30.
That. It might be 25 for rank
health.
1.
That might be the case. Yeah. I'm not sure, actually. But for rank 2, I know... Well, no, it says X30 on the character sheet. It says X30 on the character sheet, so I think that's a flat. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to do my movement first. So
yep, that's fine.
I'm going to move in between these two. And then I'm going to whip out the Punisher's gun and try and double tap him.
Cool. Just going to shoot him with normal gun.
Normal gun. Mysterio is here. He's causing havoc. Let's just shoot the fucker. Ranged attack against an enemy within 2 spaces. If the attack is a success, the enemy takes regular damage. On a fantastic success, the enemy takes double damage and is bleeding. So ranged attack.
It is a real quick note, because I don't know if people who are familiar with this game are into it. I have homebrewed this fight a little bit. This is a slightly enhanced Mysterio for the sake of balancing. I'll talk about why I did that in like the after show and videos I'll make on this later. But just for note. Anyway, that would be an agility, I believe, for ranged. It should say. I'm hoping you have that written down. If not, I can continue looking.
It doesn't. It does not say. It says make a ranged attack, and I'm not sure what that means.
I believe that means agility. I believe range... I'm comparing it to melee. I believe that means agility.
All right. And my agility is that. That is a 21.
21 to hit is definitely going to hit. You guys are surprise rounding this guy fast, so don't worry. I got tricks up my sleeve. That's out of Mysterio.
I'm not sure what the damage is because it doesn't say.
It's the middle die is your damage, and then
there is a weapon table. Are you looking at? Did you pull gun off the weapon table?
I did not. I did not know there was a weapon table.
There is a weapons table, which I have right now. Pistol, damage multiplier bonus +1. So it is going to be your. It's the middle die, and then you have a +1 to your multiplier, but it doesn't stack, so it actually doesn't even matter.
Okay.
Damage multiplier is not stacking. Anyway.
So damage plus the multiplier, which would be the combat check. Like it would be, since I did agility, it would be +4? Is that what I'm hearing?
Your multiplier should be... So, do you have any damage multiplier bonuses right now?
No.
I don't... Okay. then it is whatever your normal multiplier on your character sheet is, plus 1 from the gun.
I
This is...
don't think that we...
I
don't
think
remember
I
doing
had
the
to
multiplier.
clarify and ask. The multipliers by default
Yeah.
are 2, and that only changes if you get something from a power or a trait.
Oh, yes. To be clear for people in chat, the way that damage works in this is it is off the same attack roll. It is the middle die, that Marvel die, times your damage multiplier. By default, damage multiplier is your rank. So you
Okay.
guys are all going to have x2 to your damage, plus any bonuses. You get a plus 1 from this attack on your pistol, so your damage multiplier is going to be the middle die of your attack roll times 3, plus any bonuses.
Times 3 plus any bonuses. Okay, so that means that I did 19 damage.
19 damage as well. All right, cool. So yeah, you go ahead, fire that off as well. Just immediate. He lands on the ground, and you fire off a shot, just pinging him right in the giant helmet. Now it is his turn, and he's gonna do a few things. Let me consult the powers list here. There are so many, but I do have his character sheet on hand.
Don't do that.
Need to scroll down to the end.
I was in a
What
I
were
was
you
in a
gonna say,
bonus round, but I thought you said he had rolled slightly lower than me for initiative.
I was looking at the initiative thing wrong. I was calculating something wrong off the I'm still very much learning how the character sheets work on this. He is going to use 2 things. First thing that he's going to do is he's going to use a power that I gave him for the sake of this. So, as he sort of picks himself up off the ground from where he has been knocked down and shot, all pretense of Agent Cade is, of course, totally gone, and you are now fully dealing with the overdramatic nutjob Mysterio. But slightly more threatening overdramatic nutjob Mysterio, as he is still holding in his hand the Ivory Idol of Icon, which gives him much stronger illusion powers than he has ever had before. And still laughing maniacally, he holds this thing up to the sky, and you see sort of the world around, which is still sort of shifting and twisting, kind of like folds in at points. It folds in, and then from this come soldiers. Little agents,
great.
notably, they look somewhat like your stereotypical sort of SHIELD agents, but not. They are Mysterio colored, and just because he's Mysterio and he's cheeky, they have Dare logos and badges on them. Not that that's real, that's just something that he made up. So these illusory soldiers enter the battlefield under his command. They are now on the battlefield as minions. I'm going to roll their collective initiative. That is noted. If anyone's curious, I am using the SHIELD Agent stat block for them. Just the basic SHIELD Agent stat block. Nothing crazy. And then he is going to do one more thing. He's going to use his standard action, Mysterio being, of course. He is going to cast Mirror Images, of course. Probably not that surprising. So, after conjuring these soldiers, Mysterio is going to cast 2 more versions of himself that are going to split off to the side. So the battlefield has now become much more crowded. Of course, as you can probably assume, only one of these is the real Mysterio. But with a cackle, he summons his soldiers, he splits himself up, and fortunately for you guys, that is his whole turn. So now, Masked Mass, it is back to you.
So when you say illusory soldiers, would they still be like physical?
You are not aware of that right now. You see these forms appear, but as for whether they are physical or not, that is not information that you are aware of. If you would like to do some sort of check to find out or have a power that could inform that, you are welcome to do so.
I could dive right in, but I'll do a quick vigilance check.
Vigilance check it. Go for it.
No, that is a 3. I don't know shit.
Did you roll triple
No,
ones?
I rolled a 2, 1, and 1, and I get -1 to vigilance.
Okay. Reminder, was the 2 on the middle
Oh,
die?
no. The 1 was on the middle die, so that counts
The
as
middle
a 6.
die, which
God,
is a
that
special
fucky.
crit.
Okay,
So,
2, 1.
okay. This is one of my problems with this system. We actually did hit a nail on the head here. So, if you get the crit roll and don't pass, it still says there's a word for it, but I'm in the combat page of the book and I don't want to go through it and find this other thing. But it's like something good still happens. You know, you don't succeed on what you're trying to do, but something still works out in your favor. Here's the thing that's a little bit frustrating. The book literally says the player who rolled the failed thing just suggests a possible positive outcome from the failure that the DM then approves or denies. Which is weird that that's the way that's officially ruled to work.
That can be min-max to hell and back.
Yes, I don't understand that, admittedly, but whatever. So, do you have any sort of believable, possible, positive other outcome that you could think of, Mike? If not, I'll come up with something.
Yeah, because I still don't succeed, and this isn't necessarily a positive. It's kind of a positive outcome, I guess. If getting this weird check, would I be able to be like, well, it's worth it to send it, and just run at one of them to see if they're solid, and then go from there?
Sure.
Love it.
Sure. Once again, it's very open-ended, so yeah, you can you book it for one of the soldiers. I will say, for the sake of that little bonus thing, here's a improvised DM ruling. You can go through the Mysterio illusions, like the illusions of Mysterio himself, without provoking any sort of attacks from that. So yeah, you can just charge.
That
one.
is perfect, and I'm not gonna charge one. I'm gonna get in the middle of two and use my power banging heads. Which
okay. This is
the character makes
a very
one melee check against the melee defense scores of 2 enemies within reach. If the attack fails against either foe, it fails entirely. If the attack is a success against both foes, each enemy takes full damage. On a fantastic success, they're also knocked prone. So my goal is to grab both of these dummies by the head and bang them together. It's a very simple character. I'm happy for that.
Make your roll. And this is a melee roll, I am heavily assuming.
Yes. So
cool.
On the dice, it was a 9 total. Do I add any? I don't add anything to hit, right? It's just for damage.
Let me double check. Let me double check to make sure that's right, because we are in a. I'll go ahead and say we are in a range in which that might matter.
Yeah.
For this guy's defenses. Let me go and just double check the attack section of this book. Because this is just this power triggers off just making a normal attack, right? It doesn't have special rules other than you have to do it against 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so that attacker makes a melee check against their target's melee defense. So yes, it does not look like you have any bonuses to that unless otherwise stated.
If it's a melee check, do I add my melee modifier, or it's just flat?
You would add any melee modifiers that you have. You would not add a non-combat check, I suppose.
Okay. Okay.
If there's a bonus that you have to melee, but not combat checks.
Then yeah, my melee ability score is 7, but I don't have anything fancy that like adds a thing to melee checks. So, it is a 9.
Well, wait, was that just a flat 9 on the dice?
Yeah, I rolled a 6 and a 1 on the outer die, and then 2 in the middle.
Hold on. Then we're missing something here, because there's surely a bonus to something.
I would
for
like
having
I
the
put
stat.
all these
It's not
points
just a
into
flat.
melee. I would
Yes.
hope.
A character's ability score is added to any action check made using that ability.
Great.
So you add a +7.
Cool.
to it.
I rolled 16.
If you hit
In that case, you do definitely hit.
like it's your D
that
times
makes
blank
more
plus
sense.
blank.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, so yes, in that case, you hit. They are the same stat block, so you hit both of them.
Cool. Kabonka. So that makes for 2 times 2 is 4 plus 7 is 11 damage to each.
For what is worth, they do seem to have physical form. Whether this is because of some weird illusion thing that Mysterio always has, or it's because of the ivory idol, you're not sure, but probably because of the idol. So, you grab both of them, and you smack their illusion heads together for, you said, 11 damage each. All right, noted. They are not dead, but you see them kind of reeling, stumbling against each other. I guess they don't move unless it specifically says. In that case, they rolled super low on initiative, fortunately for you guys. So, Evan, you are up.
Cool.
Actually, wait, hold on.
Not cool.
I think I screwed this initiative order
Yeah.
up. I accidentally skipped Nikhil. Nikhil was supposed to go before Mike,
Oh.
and I skipped him. That's my
I was
bad.
just
That's fine.
saying, what's going on?
I'm looking at... I'm sorry. I'm looking at so many numbers right now. If I get... And this is, again, for cast and audience. If I miss something, please let me know, because I'm looking at a billion numbers. I'm trying to keep a ton of things straight as I learn this. So, Nikhil, you were technically supposed to go before Mike. For now, we'll just have you go now.
Okay. Look at this goddamn thing. So we don't know which Mysterio is Mysterio?
You do not know which Mysterio is Mysterio. No. Of course not. It's Mysterio.
Okay. So... How... I never can get the ruler on this thing. But I'm definitely within length. What is the name of my guy? Liability. Liability is going to look at his little portal and just like, hello! I would accept any level of help, little help, people. If you got anything inside of you, please. And once again, chains are gonna fly out of his head, and they can attack anyone within 10 spaces per rank, so 20 spaces. I feel like that's fine. So I'm gonna attack the middle dude, and then
Attacking the middle one? Alright.
it's a make an ego attack. On a success, the target takes. Okay, hold on.
Ego attack.
Oh, I got the fantastic thing, the one.
Oh,
Okay, cool. So that counts as a 6. You got to give me the number to see if it still succeeds.
I rolled a 6. Do I get to add anything to it or no?
A 6 total?
Yeah, it's a 3, a 2, and a 1. Oh, but do I...
Remember, if you get the 1 on the middle, it counts numerically as a 6.
Okay, that is then an 11. And then do I get to add my thing?
You add your stat, yes.
Okay, so that is...
Your flat ability score number.
That is a 12?
12 is actually not going to hit on Mysterio. Mysterio has high ego defense.
I am
This is
not
good stat.
surprised. But I got the thingy, so now I have to come up with a fun thing that can happen.
Yeah, I guess. Let me see if that applies in combat. Well, I guess it still would. I mean, what else would it do? For the sake of getting the rules accurate on this preview of the game, let me double check that. But I believe you probably still do. Fantastic rolls. If nothing is listed under the power or the action check is not part of an attack.
okay.
This does not. Okay, yes. So the you can suggest something else is not on attacks.
That's still a crazy caveat to put it. Like, the balancing of this game
absolutely.
requires your party to fucking trust each other to play fair, for sure.
The
That is
DM
one of- like I said, this is-
especially to trust all of his players
Yeah.
with the game.
On that note, because again, this is not a sponsored thing. Like, the system is fine so far, but like this, I'm going to give my honest thoughts. This is one of the most DM heavy systems I have ever seen. The amount of times that it's just like either explicitly stated or vague ruling is just like the narrator, I guess I should say. The narrator does it. So much of that. So many things are just left to the narrator to decide the specifics of, which is odd.
It's almost
But
as if it
regardless.
was made by a guy and his kid.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving. So the attack misses. And if that was a fantastic success, it does not apply on attack rolls. So, you fire out your chains. They do go, out from your hand. The Hell Portal people seem to listen to you. And then they just kind of vanish into the mists surrounding this illusion. And snap back to you without having any notable effect. Notably, the Mysterio illusion does kind of dance around them, so you're not sure if that is the real one or not. But regardless, the effect does not seem to mean much.
I was still like, okay, thank you. I didn't know you took requests.
Hey, that's progress. That's certainly progress.
They're helping.
Now it is going to be Evan's turn. Sorry for getting that order mixed up a little bit.
You're good. I'm gonna run towards the one on the right. So right.
The illusion or the soldier, notably.
The illusion.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go for clobber.
Go for clobber.
The character makes a close range attack against an enemy. If the attack is a success, the enemy takes regular damage. On a fantastic success, the enemy takes double damage and is knocked prone.
Okay, so basically just a normal attack with extra crit effects.
Yes.
And I am assuming this is a melee attack because it's literally called clobber. So
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right. Please. All right. So to hit, it's a 15.
A 15 is going to hit on melee.
Perfect. All right. Come on, baby. Oh, that's 2 6s and a 3.
2 6s. Which is the? Well, it actually doesn't matter because it's all a 1. 2 6s and a 3. Remember, the way that damage works is it goes off the same attack roll. You just take that modifier, you take that middle die, and you multiply it by your damage modifier, add the necessary thing. It's on the character sheet.
Multiply it by my damage modifier. Okay. Cool. Oh, wait. I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry. This is a.
Hey, no, like I said, man, we're all gonna have to look at rules a billion times for this. So.
Okay, so that'd be 18.
18 damage?
Yeah.
That is a lot of damage. So, you rush up, and, since this is a clobber melee thing, I'm assuming this is going to be like a big, like, kind of hammer slam symbiote thing.
Mm-hmm.
You dash up to this Mysterio illusion. You wind up a huge attack, growing your hand to, a gigantic sort of club, and swing it through Mysterio, at which point the smoke dissipates and vanishes.
Hey,
it was not
one.
the real Mysterio.
That was not the right one.
That's good.
Thank you.
That is progress made. Thank you. However, at this stage, it is now time for his illusion soldiers to make their move. So they are going to actually do melee attacks on you. So 2 of them are already kind of in combat with the masked mass. So let's go ahead and have them go first. This is my first time doing an attack roll, so let me make sure I'm understanding how you do it correctly. Masked mass, what is your melee defense score?
16.
That's
yes,
high.
sir.
That's probably not going. They're probably not going to do anything to you.
This is unironically from a gameplay standpoint.
Holy
definitely
shit.
the strongest character I've played on this show. That reaction doesn't.
Well, they rolled a 6, and a 5. So the first guy rolled a 6, 6, 5. So he still does hit. His damage modifier is not super heavy, though. They are pretty low. So you are going to take 6 damage from that first attack. I'll, do the description of it when I know if the other one hits. The other soldier is going to do the same thing. And then he is going to roll much worse than the other one. He is going to miss. So, these 2 soldiers that you have smashed into each other kind of pick themselves up off the ground, eerily silent, as you can kind of, they're illusions. So while they have physical form, they're not making any noise, which kind of makes them a little bit creepy as they lumber around. One of them tends to take a wild swing at you, but you're able to block it pretty easily. But as you're focused on that one, the other one slams into your back, doing a little bit of damage. And then this one is going to step up and attack the symbiote that is attacking the illusions of its master. And it is going to... What is your melee defense score, Evan?
That's a 12.
It is a 12... Oh, well, let me do some math. It is also going to miss. So as you dissipate this Mysterio illusion, as the smoke clears, you see this soldier rushing towards you through the mist. But you're a symbiote, so you're able to pretty easily bend around it and dodge its strike. At which point it loops back around. Panda, you are now up.
All right. What do I want to do? Everyone's getting attacked. There's a bunch of different versions.
Also, someone asks, does anything extra happen if you roll a 6-1-6 in combat? That's a good point, so I will note that. If you get a fantastic success in combat and the attack roll does actually hit the number, it does double damage. If you get a fantastic success, it's or like a super fantastic success or whatever it's called. I don't remember. Triple damage.
I'm pretty sure it was ultimate fantastic. Is what I said.
Ultimate that would make sense. But yeah, if you get the 6-1-6 roll on an attack, it auto succeeds and it's triple damage.
All right, hold on.
No, yeah, like I said, no rush. We all have entirely new character sheets. This is something that was. There's a reason I saved this, combat till the end because I knew it was going to take the longest.
Okay. Let me see. First attack with edge on an enemy if the attack is successful. Okay, so I am going to cast Hit and Run on the Mysterio right there.
That was the middle one. So I was looking at a power.
The middle one,
the
one right
one?
behind.
Okay, the middle one.
The one right behind purple.
Cool.
So I am going to move up to him, and it is my normal. I think it says I do a normal damage roll, and if it's a success, then I gain an additional movement and can run away up to half my normal distance.
Okay. Simple enough.
All right. So, and the attack roll is just a normal roll. Wow. Okay. Plus my melee. That's an 8. I'm going to assume that does not hit.
8 is not going to do it.
Great. I run up with the Daredevil baton and just whiff a fucking hit. And I already moved and swung, so that's...
At that, Mysterio is actually going to talk for the first time. Once again, the pretense of Agent Kane. As he swings through, he kind of... the illusion, you can see the helmet sort of turn to you and start laughing. He goes, "Oh, please. Did you think I brought you onto this mission because I thought you would be a threat to me?"
Fuck you!
What he said!
You don't seem like a nice friend.
Idiots! Are you saying that to Mysterio?
Yes. To the one that's not.
I've been told that before. All right, in that case, we are on initiative order to Nikhil. Now, this is where you're supposed to go in initiative order. I just mixed it up last time.
I was really banking on Panda having a hit since
Hitting him?
what would exist.
Yeah. That'd have been real helpful.
Would have really rocked.
So is it the one
Okay.
in the middle?
We don't know.
You have not figured it out yet. You guys dissipated the one on the right. You have made 2 attacks on the one in the middle. They have both missed.
Sick.
Okay, we're just gonna do an elemental burst. So once again, poor little. I keep forgetting my guy's name at this point. What is it? Liability. It's been a few hours. One little liability is like just freaking out, talking to his hands, begging him for something, anything at all. When suddenly a stream of fire shoots out, and we'll see what happens with it. And it's an elemental burst. It's that. Well, technically it's hellfire, I guess, but whatever.
You have to tell me what that is. I don't know what these are.
I know. I'm telling you. The character makes a ranged attack against an enemy in a line of sight. If the attack is a success, it inflicts regular damage. On fantastic success, double damage. It's literally the entry level.
So it's an agility attack then, I think. I have to.
It says ranged
I need to know which defense to use.
It's ranged attack, so I assume
I think ranged attacks are agility. Let me double check that as you go ahead and roll.
I got the one again, so that's good.
Okay. So that means if there is a special crit effect, which for elemental things there is.
There is, yes. So wait, hold on.
Yes, so you get the special crit effect on that.
12. Add. You said it's agility?
I am double checking that
Our
right
dev
now.
is back in chat, and they have confirmed, yes, range equals agility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dev.
Okay, cool. I was
Thank
right.
you, Dev.
We do very much appreciate your preference. Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, you also said a minute ago, 1 on the Marvel die also applies crit effect. Yeah, cool. I'm glad I remembered that.
6.
These
So
top
12
Marvel
plus
6,
5
very tiny Evan.
is 17. So that's 17 to hit.
A 17 to hit. A 17 is going to hit.
Fantastic. And then how does the damage work? Oh, it's full damage, right?
That was for the weapon thing, or the improvised weapon. The damage is you take the Marvel die.
It's
which
down there, yeah.
Treat it as a 6, times it by your multiplier. In this, okay, actually, this is something I need to check.
6
Maybe the dev will know.
times 2 is 12.
I remember that on a fantastic success, it is double damage. I don't know when that doubling applies or if that even matters mathematically.
It's-
Let me double check that as I'm...
It's the total damage. On Savannah says the enemy takes double damage. Oh, one of these definitely said that it's after you add all the stuff, but I can't find where it is.
I don't know if mathematically it even matters.
It
Um,
would. Because
Okay, I'll-
you're
I'll-
either doubling or you're not. So, it happens
that's a good
after you calculate. Thank you, Habitual Habibi. Thank you, Dev.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate... Okay, do the math first, then times.
Okay.
Cool. That's what I assumed, but
So-
again, I'm trying to get the rules as right as possible since this is like a showcase thing. Evan, why does your camera keep changing size? I swear to God.
Darn it, me, I'm just a little guy.
I mean, technically you are playing like a shapeshifty character, so it's canon. It's happening in real time.
I don't know if I would describe
Okay.
a symbiote as just a little guy, but okay.
They can be. They can be little guys.
Okay.
Anyway,
Y'all.
Nikhil, so
Um,
total damage double.
so the total damage is 34. However, because it also says,
Dear Lord.
on a fantastic success, enemy takes double damage instead, and the elemental type special effect, and I'm using Hellfire, I have to split the damage equally between health and focus. So he's actually just taking 17 health and 17 focus.
Okay. That is still
Yeah.
so much damage.
It's-
I am realizing that I had not balanced this enemy encounter well, which does make
Oh,
sense.
so he's almost dead, is what you're saying.
And it also says that is therefore the real one. Okay, so now again, this is a
I
buff
don't know.
Mysterio.
Maybe it was
Technical
throwing the
Mysterio.
fucking
Normal Mysterio would have been dead.
To clarify, which one's the real one?
You were firing at the middle one, correct?
I was not, but I thought that you might have thought that.
I
Let's put it middle
I
one.
got lost in the numbers and I
You
screwed
could
that
just,
up. You
just
know
switch
what?
it.
I'll
Just
give
say
it.
it was the left one. Who cares?
I'm gonna have some level of integrity.
Okay, then I was actually attacking the middle one. So, no.
Okay, you attacked the left
Yeah.
one. But okay, wait, what am I talking about? You successfully attacked the left one, it dissipates,
know.
it reveals that the middle
Yeah.
one is the only remaining one anyway. I'm dumb, okay, cool. Great, it works out.
I did
Never
all
mind,
that math.
ignore me.
Yay.
Yeah, you did all that math for the illusion to dissipate, revealing that Mysterio didn't even move at all, which
I thought that might be.
I feel like if you guys know me as a DM, that was I was about to
That
say,
makes
me
sense.
as a DM, of
That
course I wasn't
tracks.
going to make a move. That is much funnier. In that case, the next person in the initiative order is Mysterio himself, actually. Let me check his power list here. He does not have a lot of attacks, which should have anticipated that one. Well, I mean, I did kind of anticipate that one. He is just going to make a... Man, does he not have any attacks? He doesn't have any attack powers. Not even one.
He's an illusion man.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but I thought he would at least have one sort of illusion, unless I'm really misunderstanding one of these. But I don't believe so,
Dev?
which is why I gave him minions.
Me when I can't attack.
I don't think the dev knows all the character sheets by heart. Also, we can't keep relying... Anyway,
Me when I can't
he is
attack
still going to...
because I'm a big illusion baby.
You are right next to him, Panda, so he is going to attack you, and he's
Of
just going to
course.
try to... Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know the dev said you can always make default ranger melee. He's going to do that now. I was meaning he doesn't have any powers for it, which makes sense. I'm just
Teach him
again,
jutsu.
we got this. I don't know if you were here to hear this, Dev. We got this PDF in at 4 p.m. yesterday. Anyway, he is going to make a basic attack against you. Actually, wait. Is there disengage in this?
Oh,
No.
Is
No,
there
it's a
disengage
power.
mechanics?
I
did
have
not
the
think.
power.
Yeah, I did not think so. Or attack of opportunity. So he is actually going to, with his illusion gone, he's going to back out a little bit. So he's going to 1, 2. He can fly, so he's over here. Go through his own guys. Go there, and then he is going to fire off an attack at you, Panda. He's going to do this as a ranged attack. He's got little blasters in his gauntlets. Dev says it's a lot of info in a little time. I know, yeah. I tried my best to learn it, but oh boy. 300 pages in a day is fun. All right, he is going to I thought he super crit for a second, but that was a different die. What's your defense for agility?
What's my defense for agility? My defense for agility is 14.
He totally whiffs.
Score.
He dashes back and fires off a couple blasts at you, all of which entirely 100% whiff. At which point it is then Mike's turn.
All right.
Mike, beat that son of a bitch.
Listen,
Kill him.
look, Mysterio did wrong me, and he is the highest threat here. But I'm a kind of
There
what
is
have
no
you
one-
done to me lately kind of guy, and this scrub just clobbered me in the back of the head. I'm a wrestler.
That is
so I'm
true.
gonna so Mass is gonna stiffen up. Turn around slowly. Big man, huh? Big man, yeah. See how big you are. And I'm gonna use grappling technique, which is a power that actually uses 5 focus. Basically, it's a normal attack. Character makes a close attack. If the attack is a success, the enemy takes regular damage and is grabbed. On fantastic success, damage is doubled and the enemy is pinned. I did not get a fantastic success. 5 on the dice plus 7 for the ability is 12 to hit.
12 to hit on one of the goons is going to hit.
Excellent. The move goes through. He is grabbed, and that is going to deal. I got 2 on the die. I'm so used to my character sheet being in my tabs and not just like a separate PDF.
I've 100% been using my notes app this entire time.
I have, dude, this PDF is so big, and to scroll through, I just have all my stuff on my phone for this. Usually I have it on my second monitor. But
Damage is
I have all
identical
my character sheets
to
here.
last time, and it is, if I could remember, it's 11 damage.
And you did 19 last time, correct?
No, I did 19 to Mysterio, and then for banging heads, I did 11 to each.
11 to... Okay, you're right. I mixed that up. So in that case, you do another 11 damage to this goon. It does not kill him, but he looks... you start to see, like, little holes start to appear in the illusion as it starts to break down, and he stumbles backwards.
There is more. This is
is
funnily
more,
enough
okay.
probably the best built character I have played on this channel because I got synergy. Because I have
Nice.
reactions that I can activate when an enemy is grabbed. For example, crushing grip.
Ah.
Character makes a melee attack against the gets resilience defense. On a success, the target takes regular damage.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Interesting.
It is cool. And that is 9 plus 16 to hit.
16, again, yeah, I didn't even need to
Yeah.
that definitely is gonna hit.
But again, it was a fucking 2 on the damage die, so it comes out to 11 damage again.
That is, however, enough. And so, seeing the hole start to form in this illusion, you grab it, capitalize on that, and just smash your hands together, at which point, in a burst of light, the illusion
Get him
dissipates.
into an abdominal stretch and just
Stop.
like, stretch until
The
he
agent.
stops existing.
Oh my god.
You can see the
Ugh.
Hellroyd vessels coming out of his fucking arms.
That is terrifying.
Cool.
He poses to an imaginary crowd. Ooh, yeah.
Uses the evaporating gas as like a belt.
God. Evan, you are now up.
Like, I'm gonna run towards Mysterio,
Go for it.
and I'm gonna use Clobber once again.
Go for it again.
Awesome! It is literally my only attacking move.
Nice.
All right. That is a 14.
14 is going to hit.
Awesome.
I'm realizing Mysterio is great for the vibes of this. Very hard character to balance as the first boss fight, which is on me. But, screw it.
Uh,
There's a
Maybe
little
you
bit
should
of
have
life
chosen
with these modified
Icarus.
version.
yeah.
He's in here. He's in the book.
I know, I saw it.
Yeah.
And that was 11 damage.
11 damage. Okay, so he is on his last legs here, but fortunately for him, he is not yet out. And it is now his minions' turns. So, you're like, Mysterio, you can see, actually, he kind of starts to crumple to the ground a little bit, clearly spent, but you can see that the idol on his person is still glowing, as that is the last thing that is keeping his powers up.
Yeah.
Since you now are the higher priority, Duskin, the soldiers are going to immediately move towards you and attempt to get you off of their magical master. Let's see. Let me see if I want them to use this power. Let me make sure that I understand exactly what it does, and then I will decide. I might not. I might just have them do a basic attack. But we're going to have to find out.
As I like hit him and knock him down, I'm like,
Yeah, bitch. Fuck on out of here.
Okay. All right. Oh, there's so many powers. Oh, no. I thought I had it. That's because I'm looking in powers and I believe this is under traits. So many things. No, that isn't. Powers. You gotta go to the A's, not the M's for attack stance. Let me understand how this power works. That is a standard action, though. Okay, I should have had that going first. All right. Hey, DM is learning the system. They could have doubled their damage bonus or their damage bonus, but that's a standard action, so he's not going to do that. He is just going to smack you for 10. I don't think that's going to hit your defenses.
no.
This one is also going to do the same, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, diagonal works. 5. They're immediately going to rush over. He is not going to crit. You guys are getting so many cool crits. I can't crit to save my life. This is going to be a 12, though. 12 melee. Does that do anything to you?
That's perfect, yeah.
I don't actually know what the tie rule is in this.
You want to do rock, paper, scissors?
I was just going to say players win ties because that's my 5e philosophy, but if you want to rock, paper, scissors for it, sure.
Okay.
Why not?
All right.
Over Zoom.
Rock,
Is there like
Yeah, I was
delay?
gonna say, I
All
don't know
right.
if this is gonna
Rock,
work.
You can.
paper, scissors, shoot.
How
We
did
both did paper.
Okay.
This is a bad idea.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I win.
There you go. Okay, you win. So the attack does not hit. Such a professional way of doing this. At which point it loops back around to the Forgotten. You can finish this fairly easily.
Thor, I'm gonna just shoot him in the head again.
Go for it. Try to shoot
I
him
tried
in the
to.
head
I
again.
whiffed, and now I'm just pulling the gun back out again and shooting him. What did we say that was? What was the distance one? That was agility.
Yes, melee is melee. Ranged is agility.
Range is agility. Okay, so that is 14 plus 4. Yeah. Okay, that's 18.
18 is going to hit.
Okay, and then it's the third dice times
Second die, middle die.
middle die times 3 plus 1. So
That's
that'd
almost
be,
certain. I think that actually
10.
does guarantee.
That's gonna be 10. It's gonna be 10 damage.
Yeah. So here is an important question. It is said in the rule set officially that the unofficial the official rule set says that characters without weapons are assumed to be dealing non-lethal damage, and characters with weapons are assumed to be dealing lethal damage unless otherwise stated. Are you just shooting this guy?
Yep, I'm shooting.
Also,
him in
yeah,
the
Evan, we
fucking
can
head.
hear your eating
Fucking
on the mic.
kill Mysterio.
Yep, I am just blowing his fucking head off.
All right, cool. This is such a wild ending to this. Yeah, you fire a shot going right through Mysterio's fishbowl dome, and he falls to the ground.
Oh my
That's what
God.
happens when we're playing the villain
Wait,
games.
Matt, how much health did Mysterio have?
I had his base and I doubled it, so I believe it was. Admittedly, I was doing so many numbers, I probably counted wrong. I had it at 60, and that is double
Okay.
from his base. I will talk about the balancing
Because
later.
I have an ability that at minimum will do like 30 something damage. That I was waiting
What?
until we knew which Mephisto would do, and like which one was real.
Mysterio.
Whatever.
Yeah, that would straight up one shot Mysterio.
That is insanity.
What ability do you have?
Yeah, I do want to talk about enemy balancing in this later, but regardless, that is Mysterio down, so we can go back to the main screen. as Mysterio falls to the ground, the images from the idol start to dissipate as it falls from his hand. Now, notably, what you start to see is going to provide some light as to what exactly was going on in that fight, as the images kind of start to dissipate in a wave out from the idol. So the remaining soldiers vanish, the buildings stop twisting, and as the illusion starts to fall at a farther range, you see a gigantic dragon-like monster farther down the road fighting Strange, which then dissipates as the illusions are stopped.
Oh, I
as
think it
a
was
larger
Fin Fang
illusion
Foom for some reason.
No, nothing of that, nothing that dramatic. But basically, Strange during this fight was being kept busy with another larger threat that now dissipates. And as it dissipates, he looks around, sees you guys, and immediately floats over to assess the situation.
Can I try to sneakily grab the mask?
Yeah, you can try to grab the idol if you want. Give me a agility.
Agility? Alright.
What the fuck
Agility
are
check.
you doing, symbiote?
No fucking way!
You're kidding.
Did you crit again? I swear to God. Did you super crit again?
That's
We cannot
616.
see that, but I'm going to trust you.
That's 616.
Oh my God, we got 3 of them in one
Oh
session.
my
You super crit.
God.
As you start to see these illusions dissipate with your symbiote tendrils, you just immediately whip out, grab the ivory idol, and
I suck it
suck
in.
that into your form.
Oh my lord.
Now again, Strange floats over at this point. Knowing you guys, I'm going to give you a chance to yell at him before he talks, because I feel like someone's going to yell at him the second he walks over.
Hey,
Or floats over.
hey, Strange, come here.
He is coming over. Were you going to say anything to him, or did you just...
Immediately.
Is that it?
Fucking beat him. We beat his ass.
Yeah, he kind of looks around at the, well, now it's just kind of a normal road with Mysterio shot in the head laying on the ground. He kind of looks and goes, okay, this is not how I expected today was going to go. In the slightest. Is he dead?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, Liability's gonna run up and like test his pulse, even though his head has been blown off. And he's like, yeah,
gone.
no, he's dead.
And you're like crispening his neck from your hell hands.
Yeah.
Strange.
The Forgotten like looks down at his gun and is like, I thought this was a super person. I didn't think this was just a gun.
Okay, motherfucker.
Well, it did a lot of damage regardless. I don't know what you expected from a firearm. Yeah.
I didn't. I thought this was a superhero gun. This isn't.
Hey,
I didn't think it
it's
was
okay,
just-
you
what
just
a
murdered her.
Would a
Hey,
super
don't
gun
worry.
not still shoot
You have a
bullets?
really good defense attorney. That was all in self-defense. I know being a cop, you have to deal with this often.
Oh God, this.
I'm not. Wait.
Oh no.
Forgotten like throws down the guns. Like I thought that was like a force weapon of some kind. I thought that was like a repulsor laser gun.
Oh, it
Right.
was forceful, all right.
Fuck.
At this
Liability
point, Strange
keeps setting on
interjects
fire.
at this yell. He goes, "We will handle that situation in a moment. I do have thoughts, but as a priority, the Idol of Icon, where is that? I believe surely it was in his possession
Destroy.
if he was able to
It
cast
might
all
be
this."
in
Destroy.
the goopy brain parts that the Forgotten guy made.
Did you just say it was destroyed?
Yeah.
You're gonna need to make a ego check for that, for sure.
Motherfucker.
Sounds like a good choice.
That is
That doesn't sound like
that
a
is an
crit.
8.
An 8? Yeah. Strange just paused for a second. Goes, "Give it to me, please."
I don't have it. I'm just a baby.
What color do you turn?
I don't really know the color for lying, but I'm just gonna kind of go with like. I guess I go like white, like a little white lie.
Okay. At this point, you see, does Strange actually have like? Let me look at his character sheet. Let me see if he has like a detection power. That's believable, of course, for him to have, but I want to see if he actually has that within his in-game kit.
I whisper over to Forgotten and I'm just like, shoot him.
What?
Oh my god!
Self-defense equipment. Shoot him.
Wait, Nick, I can't. I wasn't intending to. I didn't even mean to do the.
Fucking do it.
No! What? I'm a superhero, man! No!
You fucking not.
Okay, he does not have anything that seems to be a like detection spell of any type. So I'm just gonna give him an ego check because that is like the most magic-y one. I'm gonna give him an ego check to see if he can figure it out that you have it inside your symbiote
Please
form.
be bad. Please be bad.
Which he is going to crit.
Oh!
Not mega crit, not 616 crit, but he does crit on it.
He does crit on it.
He Strange waves his hand, and the idol within your symbiote body starts glowing.
Oh,
God.
That's just something I ate. Don't worry about it.
My chameleon is he's very bright. Sometimes
I've seen this before. This just happens when someone can't handle their radioactives in their diet.
I'm waking up. I feel it in my bones. It's about to make my system blow.
Fuck you.
Strange just holds out his hand. He just holds out his hand.
Can you give me $50?
Extorting Dr. Strange.
Strange. You know what? This is really funny, actually, because I get to say something that never came up because you guys stole the auction or the thing from the auction anyway. Strange thinks about it for a second, and then just like out of nowhere pulls out a wallet and pulls out a $50 bill and hands it to you. He goes, "I was bidding with Stark's money anyway."
I just take it and pocket it and then just stand there still.
Can you give me $50?
Nah, I didn't say I would give it to him. I just like
Mask's Mass is going to stand over you. Now I just had a deal go south. And I don't much appreciate subterfuge. I'm a simple kind of guy. Would you agree with that?
I'm a fraudulent lawyer.
And a very fragile one.
Okay.
I turn red in this very moment, and I'm like,
Testing the wrong waters.
What are we going to, guys? Are we going to get to combat with ourselves?
Again?
Yeah, are you?
I'm not helping
Strange is just
anybody
gonna
in
take
this one,
it.
man. I'm not fighting nobody.
You made
just
an
killed a
end
man.
of a deal, and you ought to hold it up. It's
I
manner.
never made a deal. I asked for $50.
Strange.
He's got me. He's a
Strange.
good lawyer. He's
At
a
the
good
moment-
lawyer. Got me there.
Strange speaks very loudly over both of you. Goes, "If I give you another $50, will you give me the idol?"
100.
Yo.
And we got to the auction bidding anyway.
Oh my god.
Wait, Strange takes a $100 bill out of the wallet and gives it to you.
I go inside my stomach and I make it look, and I have like you can fully see I'm grabbing inside myself, and you can see I'm making this as painful to watch as possible. I'm like, because you can see the inside; it's just brown liquid.
Oh my
So it's
God.
just you can just see me like flubbing around with it, like taking my time trying to pull it out.
Here you go.
Strange grabs the idol, starts floating into the air, waves his hand, and takes Mysterio's corpse with him to get that off of the street. He turns to you as he's floating away. He goes, "Expect a follow-up visit from me to work out the details of this entire situation, but
My
otherwise,
card.
I suppose thank you for your assistance in this matter. and then he turns and starts flying away. As he does so, he waves his hand behind him again, and Duskin, the $100 bill that you are holding explodes into 100 singles.
Oh my god.
And on that note,
What a dick.
I believe that is going to be the final moment of our insanely chaotic Marvel Multiverse RPG. If anyone else wants to do any final wrap-up things, now's the time.
I got nothing.
Forward.
At this, liability goes to the nearest manhole cover and just goes back down.
He just leaves. Back
He's
to
like,
the
"This
sewers
isn't
for the
worth it."
Morlock.
Goodbye, whimsical friend.
He's got
He's got issues.
Forgotten's got a lot of soul searching to do. He's just kind of walking off into the alley, looking at his fucking bloody hands now. He was absolutely not planning on killing him
I
today.
swap back to Rob Portman, and I'm like, Forgotten. Would you like a job which you can have more access to evidence per se, and maybe make more with your suit per se? Because every once in a while, a good defense attorney needs some evidence to go missing.
I work in an evidence room. I don't.
Yeah,
Cannot be physically closer to
a
the
lot more helpful.
I cannot be physically close to all the evidence.
God.
It's been an era of just misunderstanding each other's characters this whole game, and it's been amazing.
This is the end scene of the Marvel movie that we just did. Strange turning the bill into a bunch of less convenient bills leaves, and then the credits start rolling. And then it's just, do you want a job where you can be closer to the evidence? I work at an evidence locker. That's the bit.
Evidence locker, man.
That's the whole bit.
And that's it.
On that
Jesus.
note, thank you all so much for watching this. Let's do a couple announcements and things. For anyone who joined late, I'm sure there's at least a couple of you here. What this was an early access sort of preview of the full rules for the upcoming Marvel Multiverse RPG. It fully releases, I believe, on August 2nd, so in like 5 days, something like that. You can get it wherever books are sold, I guess. This is not officially a sponsored episode. We got early access, but like we weren't paid for this. So all thoughts were fully authentic and things like that. Over the next couple days and such, I am going to be posting some videos on TikTok with like my thoughts on the system now that I've run through. I'm sure we're going to talk a little bit about that in the after show as well. Speaking of which, we have an after show because we have a Patreon. We do a lot of other things on this channel. D&Dorks is a much bigger concept than just this one shot.
Yeah.
Last week, actually, we just wrapped up a like almost year and a half long gigantic saga of Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. That is all available on YouTube and podcasting platforms. Those links are going to be rolling through the chat. This episode is also going to be uploaded on YouTube at the usual time this upcoming week. So that, this will be available just like everyone else or everything else if you did come in late. The after show is going to be available on our Patreon. We also did record our character creation for this system. We did not have time to do it on live because this was already a fairly long episode. Since it was a one-shot, we knew it was going to happen. But we did record character creation. That is also going to go up on our Patreon. I admittedly don't know when, but it will be at some point within the next week. The character creation session for this will be uploaded. As for future things on this series, because like I said, there's a bunch of new people here. Next week, we are off. There is not going to be an episode of this next week because we are in mid-season right now. But on August 11th at 6 p.m. Central Time, we are starting an entirely new campaign. It is called Outlaws of the Seven. It is DM'd by Panda Red. It is the first campaign that he has ever DM'd, and it is unconnected to everything we have done in the past. So it is a full, fresh start. If you liked what you saw today, it does have a slightly different cast from this, I should say. It is our usual cast, but that is going to start on August 11th. Same day, same time. Fridays at this place, 6 p.m. Central Time. But it's a perfect jumping on point because it is a 100% fresh start. So if you want to watch things live, please do that. Also, go back and watch our old show. There's 3 full seasons available, so there's plenty of content for that.
Yeah,
we have
plenty.
merch for that. All those links are there. Yes, lots of stuff there.
Merchandise.
One more time, thank you to Marvel for giving us access to this early. It was super fun. Thank you to the dev who was in chat. You were very helpful. I do hope we didn't butcher your game too
Fingers
much.
I hope we
crossed.
did.
what other things do we have to say? Do we have any other things that we got to cover before we call
I
it?
think that might be it. I mean,
That's it.
I do think that's it. All right, sweet. On that note, thank you all so much for coming to this. I really do appreciate it, especially since we didn't get to advertise this in advance because it should be delayed. I'm amazed at how many people showed up. Like I said, I really do hope you all had a good time. I had fun. More thoughts from me about this system as the narrator, I guess I should say, will be coming in the next couple of days to a week. I got to wait for the physical book to get here, but there will be more thoughts from me. Thank you again for watching.
Can we just get a round of applause to Matthew for putting this all together in 24
In, like, a
hours? Like,
day?
seriously.
Yeah.
In like a jiffy.
there's
Like,
damn.
Thank you.
holy
Thank
shit.
you. I read a lot of words. That was basically all I did, but I appreciate
Bullshit.
it.
It's a lot of words, though.
It's a
It's a
lot.
lot
I
of
read.
words.
I read words. I read words.
300
Text
pages of
something.
words. I only made
There's
it to like page
300
120.
pages that Matthew read.
Now I didn't read all of like the stat blocks, but
Yes,
you
he
know,
did. He's
I learned the
being
system.
honest.
I guess I should say on that note, I stream other things on this channel. Usually I stream on Saturdays. I'm taking tomorrow off because God, I'm tired. But I do other things on this channel. So like, hey, if you like my stuff, follow here and watch other things. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. Have a good rest of your weekend. And D&Dorks will be back again, not next week, but the week after for the new campaign. I hope to see you all there.
See you there.